Dragon Tamer. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, 10 Years of Countercurrent. Disaster strikes. Downstairs in the residential complex of Group 7 of Chengmao Garden, at the checkout counter of Kangju Supermarket, the overweight female cashier looked at the impoverished man in front of her, his hair a mess, his clothes slovenly, and still dazed. Impatience and disgust flashed in her eyes. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pay. Are you blind, or have no money? Can't you see the long line? Didn't Captain 2QIU of Dark Slaughter kill me with a single punch?" This was the only thought currently occupying the slovenly man's mind. With his pet, Shadow Mountain Lion, he took advantage of the guard's downtime and, disguised as a cloak, infiltrated the Dark Slaughter demon hunting team's base, a standalone villa in the heart of Wuling City's security zone. After successfully eliminating several low-level professionals on duty in the monitoring room, he opened the back door of the villa and let all his other pets in. In a room on the second floor of the villa, he finally found his target, Liu Ming, the Dark Slaughter demon hunting team's heavy sniper, his former teammate. He was also the one who tragically slaughtered nearly the entire group of survivors, even killing two of his closest friends in that brutal massacre. He only managed to escape death after fainting in the rubble after suffering a severe blow to the head. That nightmarish night, he clearly saw this tall, handsome man, still as cheerful and elegant as ever even 10 years later, quietly opening the shelter's gates and letting in countless terrifying monsters, seeking a divine gift left by an evolved person who had died outside. He seized the opportunity to rush out and retrieve the gift, then turned and left this small shelter, now in purgatory on Earth, but once providing shelter and safety for everyone, a truly humane place in the apocalypse. He knocked him unconscious with a shovel, the sole witness, but he survived the massacre, unconscious. With this precious and rare divine gift, in the early days of the apocalypse, that duplicitous scoundrel secured the support of Meng Leng, a special forces soldier in peacetime. By flattering him, Meng Leng, 2QIU, and other experts later formed the Dark Demon Hunting Team, bringing him aboard. He even became a disciple of Meng Leng, a 4th tier SS rank heavy sniper, and smoothly climbed to 3rd tier A rank, unlike himself, who had to fight through life and death to reach 3rd tier C rank. However, a heavy sniper, a ranged profession relying solely on a single gun, would be doomed if he were to be caught in a close encounter with his 4 ferocious beasts. Liu Ming, why are you here?" He remembered the bastard's words, gazing at him with horror. "I came to see you, bringing with me the lives of hundreds of people from the Guangyu shelter." He forced a fake smile, his face grim. "Ming, brother Ming, we are old acquaintances. We are the only two left from Guangyu. Are you still planning to kill your old friend?" Li Mao's expression grew increasingly panicked. Looking at the 4 ferocious beasts in the room and his own icy expression, he probably sensed the impending disaster. "Old acquaintance? Why didn't you mention it when you ran into me in the wilderness and pointed a heavy sniper rifle at my head?" He had the nerve to claim they were old acquaintances. "You bastard, I'm still alive. But both of my pets died trying to save me. Old acquaintance, there are hundreds more you've killed waiting for you down there." With a single blow, he chopped off the handsome head, its shape twisted and ugly with fear. Looking at the still unconscious woman beside him, he whispered to the Shadow Mountain Lion, "Kill him. Kiko, Chengbing, Kuang, Yinzi, I finally killed that bastard and avenged you." The voices and smiles of his 2 friends, along with the images of his 2 pets risking their lives to block the bullet, resurfaced in his mind, and tears streamed down his face. He then left the 2 gradually cooling bodies behind him, and slinked out of the villa with his pets. As he exited the back door, a shrill alarm rang out from behind. Before he even entered the wilderness, he was smitten with a punch from the enraged Dark Slaughter Captain 2QIU. In his final moments, he watched as his 4 remaining pets, dependent on him for survival, fell one after another in a pool of blood, slain by the furious assault of a 5th level Nirvana semi-saint. And then, there he was, When the unkempt man regained consciousness, he was met with a shockingly familiar scene. The obese woman who had just been shouting at him now lay convulsing on the ground, her face twisted and twitching. Her blood vessels bulged, and her eyes, rapidly bloodshot, were stained blood red. Saliva streamed from her mouth, and she opened and closed her mouth like a rabid dog, her teeth grinding and gritting. This symptom wasn't limited to one person. Nearly a third of the entire supermarket was convulsing. Some kindred people picked up their phones and started dialing 120, only to find the line busy. Then they called 110, also busy. The person had to be saved, and just calling someone to help would be enough. Why not do such a simple act of helping someone? Someone called 119, but the line was still busy. Finally, someone noticed something was amiss. However, no one noticed that the slovenly man at the front of the line, who hadn't paid yet, had run out the door the moment he saw everyone collapse and convulse. Liu Ming, by then, had arrived at his rental apartment on the 6th floor of Building 6, Unit 5. Looking at the vaguely familiar surroundings, Liu Ming's youthful eyes revealed a sense of age that belied his years. 2018, I'm back. His current identity should be, name, Liu Ming, age 19, status, single, homebody, orphan, occupation, professional online game player, earning 2,000 yuan a month by leveling up for gold and posting positive reviews on Taobao and JD. This 2-bedroom, 80-90 square meter rental apartment was certainly not something a young man with a monthly income of 20,000 could afford. His room was only one of the rooms. The other master bedroom was occupied by his roommate, a woman named Chu Yesheng. Don't ask why he still remembered her name after 10 years. It was because, 10 years later, her name was renowned throughout the Wuling security zone and even the Xiangnan province security war zone. The night blade blossomed, and the name of Chu Yesheng, the 7th rank C-class heavy sniper master, was a household name for him, a mere 3rd rank C-class beast tamer. But aside from their current experience together, he had never had any contact with her. The catastrophe that had just caused a third of the people in the supermarket to collapse and convulse wasn't some disease or virus, but a global catastrophe. It came without warning, like a gentle summer evening breeze, appearing silently, yet its power was countless times more ferocious and terrifying. Over 30% of the world's population would perish in the radiation energy storm, transformed into crazed zombies infected by chaotic matter. They preyed on all living things in packs, known as cannibals. Of the remaining 70% of humanity, 30% perished at the hands of the cannibals and the various terrifying monsters that followed. In the end, less than 40% of humanity survived, establishing a safe zone under the protection of the military and government, as well as professionals who had evolved in desperate situations and escaped the precarious nightmare of life. In his later life, he was just one of the countless people surviving in the Wuling city safe zone. However, unlike ordinary people, he was also a combat-oriented professional beast tamer. As Liu Ming locked his door and observed the situation, he watched a scene of devastation unfold throughout the residential complex. Mutated cannibals, lacking resistance to the radiation storm, began to devour living creatures frantically. The supermarket where Liu Ming had just shopped had become a slaughterhouse. The obese female cashier had pinned a middle-aged man to the ground while checking out, instantly devouring him to a bloody pulp, leaving him nearly dead. Standing at the window, Liu Ming watched the tragic scenes unfolding outside, his heart as still as a stoic calm. Once the cannibal corpses had finished their meal and stopped their frantic foraging, it was time for him to act. He wasn't a savior. Even if he had the heart to save people, with his current physical condition, even with his incredible combat awareness, it would be difficult to deal with more than 2 frantic, starving cannibal corpses. The apocalypse's appetizer begins. Compared to the terrifying monsters he imagined, which could easily crush skyscrapers and destroy cities, these cannibal corpses were merely appetizers. The only reason human civilization survived the devastation of these monsters, and even began to fight back, was thanks to an altar where monsters could be sacrificed to gain divine favor. Divine favors ranged from class evolution to extraordinary items, magical potions, powerful weapons, and even lifespan. Everything imaginable and unimaginable could be obtained through sacrifice. In his later life, after the apocalypse struck, He, like most ordinary people, cowered in his home out of fear and timidity. A week later, his food and water were gone. Driven by hunger and thirst, he ventured out to search for food, only to learn from other survivors about the earth-shattering changes in the world. He then wasted nearly a year in the apocalypse before narrowly escaping death and gathering enough sacrifices for a sacrifice. He then received divine grace from an altar, becoming a beast tamer and successfully taming a fanged grey wolf named Vogue, embarking on the path of a combatant. Vogue was the name of his giant wolf companion, who had been his companion for 9 years. By then, the strong survivors had already evolved to level 2, and the most elite had even reached a level he would take a full decade to reach in his later life, level 3. How could he live his life to its fullest? He was an orphan with no family or connections. The few close friends he had, however, all perished tragically in the turmoil of the later world. Heartbroken, he wandered among the monsters like a solitary ghost, surviving like an ant in the apocalypse for 10 years. In the end, even the pet he depended on for life was slaughtered. After racking his brains and exhausting all his efforts to seek revenge, he was killed by his enemy's backers. A tragic life woven with countless regrets and tragedies. Begin. Change this tragic life. Reverse this unfortunate fate. The altar in my memory, located in the elevator lobby on the first floor of Building 3, will be the first step in strangling fate. A new book has been released, and the support of readers is the author's motivation to write. Chapter 2. The altar appears. 3 dangerous buildings. After devouring 2 delicious bowls of instant noodles, Liu Ming smiled, knife in hand, and walked out the door with a satisfied expression. 10 years later, instant noodles were a rare commodity. Only a few high-end food workshops in the safe zone would still produce them as a nostalgic treat, selling them at high prices to those who enjoyed nostalgia. He hadn't tasted them in 8 or 9 years. Just as he reached the stairs, a cannibal corpse, blood-stained on its mouth and clothes, lunged at him. With a flick of his toes, Liu Ming dodged. With 2 swift strikes, he severed the cannibal's neck. With a high whip kick, he ripped the head, still attached to the flesh, from its neck. The blow convulsed, the cannibal convulsed, unable to move. He rubbed his thigh, which was a little sore from the strain, and sneered at the nerd's poor physical condition. He couldn't even withstand a single whip kick. He then rushed down the stairs without encountering any more cannibal corpses. On the first floor, in front of the open security door, a small group of cannibals gathered, devouring several mangled corpses. Liu Ming, glimpsing from behind the door, determined there were about 4 or 5. He glanced at the half-open door, a sudden impulse in his mind, and trotted forward, slamming it shut. The group of cannibals, startled by the sudden noise, all rose to their feet and lunged at the iron door. Liu Ming flung it open a crack. A slender female cannibal in a black miniskirt, driven by its immense momentum, swooped through the crack. The rest of the monsters continued to charge at the door, but Liu Ming kicked the advancing cannibals away. He gritted his teeth and slammed the door shut, mercilessly slicing through the slender neck of the staggering cannibal. He then followed suit, dispatching 4 more cannibals, leaving deep scratches on his right arm. Using a kitchen knife, he cut a section of the sleeve from his long t-shirt and tightly bound it around his injured arm to stem the bleeding. Liu Ming, unconcerned, opened the security door and ran towards Building 3. While cannibals share many characteristics with zombies from science fiction films, they are not contagious. This is because cannibals are the product of human brain tissue destroyed by a storm of radiation energy, and their cells infected by chaotic matter. However, this infection and mutation is a one-time event, meaning that ordinary people who manage to resist further infection will not mutate into these hideous monsters again. Therefore, Liu Ming's injury only resulted in a slight loss of combat effectiveness, but he survived the storm of radiation energy and the chaotic matter infection, and was no longer at risk of transforming into a monster. Many survivors in later generations, fearing the danger of being scratched by cannibals and transformed into monsters like in the movies, lost the courage to fight and were devoured by the cannibals like lambs to the slaughter. Even Liu Ming, in his later life, was one of those who lost their courage in the early days. But before Liu Ming now, the status quo was completely reversed. These monsters, which he had called appetizers, were merely moving sacrifices in his eyes. Once he completed his first sacrifice and earned divine favor, it would be time to reap the spoils. He slid concealed among the flower beds, deftly avoiding several cannibals, and arriving in front of building 3. Luckily, today wasn't the weekend, and it wasn't rush hour at 4 o'clock, so most people were at work, and there weren't many mutated cannibals in the community. Stepping over the half carcass and through the security door, Liu Ming finally reached the first floor elevator. A flicker of joy flashed in his eyes. He saw a massive hexagonal stone platform embedded in the walls of the elevator like a meteorite, even one side of the stone wall piercing the steel elevator door like a knife and an axe. It's indeed an altar. Beside the platform, a monster distinct from ordinary cannibals was crawling over a corpse, its massive body bulging. 2 other ordinary cannibals cowered beside it, sharing the corpse. Apparently, this group was waiting for the elevator when the apocalypse struck, and the survivors perished tragically at the hands of the mutants. The dark-skinned, more muscular and terrifying cannibal corpse than the other 2 was a secondary mutation after being infected. Seeing it made Liu Ming's pupils shrink. If it had been 3 ordinary cannibal corpses, he might have had a fighting chance, but he hadn't expected there to be another mutant. Judging by its stature, over 2 meters, it was either a sprinter or a power-enhancing variant. Regardless of which variant, his chances of winning were only about 50%, not to mention the fact that it had 2 ordinary cannibal corpse minions. Cannibal corpses were a good appetizer, but not his evolved variants. Before Liu Ming could formulate a countermeasure, the cannibal corpse, suspected to be a sprinter, had heard the noise and slowly turned and stood. Liu Ming was of medium height, not short, though a bit thin. Standing next to this terrifying monster, nearly 2 meters tall and covered in hard muscle, the contrast was stark. Without seeing it react, its 2 ordinary cannibal corpse minions frantically pounced on the uninvited guest who had interrupted their meal. In a flash, Liu Ming thrust his sword forward, dodging the 2 cannibals' attacks at an odd angle. The next moment, he appeared behind the monsters and struck 2 fierce blows at the necks of the 2 cannibals. However, with his current limited strength and the sharpness of his kitchen knife, he couldn't achieve a complete strike. With their necks gashed and bleeding profusely, the 2 monsters turned and attacked Liu Ming with even greater frenzy. Their necrosis of pain nerves allowed them to fight recklessly in any situation where they could still move. He dodged one of them by moving to the left, then swung his sword forward to strike the other cannibal's arm as it grasped at him. With a sharp snap, the knife clashed with the hand's bones. Looking at the peanut-sized chip on the blade, Liu Ming's eyes grew darker. It was a bad year, and the shabby kitchen knife Chu Yesheng had bought was far too flimsy. Liu Ming couldn't cook, and he always made a hodgepodge of noodles. This kitchen knife was also purchased after Chu Yesheng moved in. At this moment, the swift mutant, seemingly irritated and impatient with his 2 men's continued failure to capture their prey, suddenly lunged at Liu Ming's back like a ferocious wilderness hunter. Damn it. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Liu Ming had no time to react. He could only twist his body desperately, but the mutant cannibal still managed to crush half of his body, sending a wave of burning, tearing pain through his body. Using the momentum, Liu Ming rammed into the cannibal, whose arm had been slashed, sending it flying backwards. Before it could react, he grasped the hilt of his knife with both hands and slashed at the wound in its neck, completely separating its hideous head from its torso. Dark red blood spurted from its carotid artery, splashing Liu Ming's face. 2 more dogs left. Pausing and spat out a mouthful of blood, Liu Ming looked at the 2 remaining monsters. The swift mutant, sensing the disdain in his tone, crouched down in anger and sped towards Liu Ming. Liu Ming crouched down with his head in his hands and rolled to the left, dodging the ferocious attack. The swift mutant wasn't about to let him go. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity, saliva streamed from its mouth, and it continued to charge with an inhuman roar. Faced with repeated attacks that defied human limits, Liu Ming could only struggle to roll, leap backward, sidestep, and dodge, narrowly avoiding the mutant's ferocious attacks. He even spat out blood twice, knowing that the monster's recent collision had caused severe internal bleeding. I can't hold on any longer, Liu Ming thought to himself, watching the mutant's attack weaken slightly and fatigue show. The monster's stamina wasn't infinite, but given his current condition, he was likely to run out of energy before the monster could even exhaust it. Furthermore, the monster's stamina recovery rate and endurance were several times that of an average human. It's no exaggeration to say that with food, they could chase the survivors' convoy for 3 days and 3 nights. What's more, there is a wounded cannibal corpse waiting nearby, so a quick battle is necessary. Chapter 3, Fighting Monsters to the Death. After narrowly dodging another attack from the mutant, puncturing another hole with the tip of his knife, Liu Ming suddenly felt an attack from his left and behind. The cannibal, whose neck wound, considered fatal by ordinary humans, had scabbed over, rejoined the fray and charged. I can't dodge. Liu Ming's face was stern. Without dodging, he swung his knife to the left, sending blood splattering everywhere. Hiss. He remembered the time he'd been sprayed with the acid from the lemur, burning his chest with a bowl-sized scar without a sound. But now, even this tough guy couldn't help but gasp. The cannibal, biting and ripping, nearly tore Liu Ming's entire left arm off his shoulder. Liu Ming's kitchen knife struck the monster's recently scabbed wound, decapitating it. It seems my pain sensitivity hasn't been dulled enough after 10 years of purgatory. He scoffed inwardly. You're the only one left. Unable to care for the severed arm gushing blood like a tap, Liu Ming stared at the final, strongest, and most dangerous mutant with increasing ferocity. Honestly, Liu Ming didn't know if he or the monster before him would be the last one standing. After all, with his otaku-like physique, barely above the average, he relied entirely on the superior combat prowess and extreme reflexes honed from 10 years of living a nightmare. To battle a monster to this degree, something he himself would never achieve in his later life. But once in combat, his single-minded focus, his determination to fight to the death, his calmer composure in the face of dire circumstances, was one of Liu Ming's few strengths. Furthermore, in his later life, he wouldn't have been able to successfully avenge a lone ranger against a stronger enemy, a core member of the Great Demon Hunting Corps. Even if he died in the end, he died without regrets. Besides, he had a second chance at life, so what was there to complain about? A first-tier F-class swift mutant, barely even a minion in his later life, wanted to take his life. How could it be possible? You or I? Liu Ming moved, his severely wounded body charging at the terrifying mutant. The mutant's eyes flickered with confusion. This little bug, who had only ever dodged him, dared to attack him. He swung his massive bear-like hand forward, slamming it down hard. His dark fingers curved like claws, the consequences of a successful strike unimaginable. Just as the hand was about to strike, Liu Ming dodged the fatal blow like a shrimp. He stabbed the monster's flank with his knife, pressing hard until the blade half buried itself in the flesh. Then, using the momentum of the impact, he gripped the handle, twisted it, and pulled it free. As the monster roared in anger, blood gushed from its left side, spurting out red chunks of flesh along with the dark red blood. Liu Ming knew, even without looking, that his strike had precisely crushed the monster's kidney. Liu Ming stared at the mutant, whose rage grew increasingly ferocious, with a cold gaze. If I can't defeat you, I'll skin you alive. Although the cannibal corpse's pain sensors had completely necrotized, the sheer volume of trauma weakened it. Repeated wounds from Liu Ming's blade had driven it into a frenzy of violence. The elevator door, half open due to Liu Ming's repeated attempts to dodge, was blasted open by the mutant's terrifying force. Bang! Liu Ming took advantage of the opportunity to duck behind the elevator door, blocking the mutant's frontal attack, while he stabbed a massive hole in its chest. Drawing on the combat experience gained from countless battles, Liu Ming's blade precisely avoided the ribs and pierced the monster's heart. But the monster's attack continued unabated. Though the steel door blocked it, the immense force still caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The monster was weakening, but Liu Ming had fought to the point of exhaustion. His strength was nearly exhausted, and his bleeding arm left him dizzy and breathless. He knew it was vertigo from the onset of shock caused by excessive blood loss. The blade of the kitchen knife had been nicked 4 or 5 times the size of a bean in the fierce battle, leaving it blunt. Suddenly, the mutant roared wildly, its muscles bulging beneath its jet black skin. Its size suddenly expanded, from 2 meters and 1 foot to around 2 meters and 3 feet. Its blood vessels bulged, and it suddenly lifted the elevator's steel door and flung it away, attempting to pull Liu Ming out and tear him to pieces. It can even go berserk. Liu Ming stared in astonishment. Going berserk is a common ability among cannibal corpses, but it usually only appears in mutants that have undergone 2 or 3 evolutionary mutations. It's incredibly rare for a low-level mutant like the one in front of him, a first-level F-class mutant that had only mutated once, to be able to go berserk. Usually, only cannibal corpses capable of becoming leaders possess these abilities at a low level. Unexpectedly, this Swift-type mutant possessed incredible potential. None of his 6 pets in the future possessed leader potential. No wonder, less than an hour after the catastrophe, he had already evolved and mutated. So how could his potential be low? These thoughts flashed through Liu Ming's mind, and his eyes grew more serious. Berserking could increase a cannibal corpse's overall combat effectiveness by over 25%, significantly increasing its strength, speed, and resistance to blows. Don't underestimate this 25% boost. Think of the difference between a 73 kg middleweight boxer and a 91 kg heavyweight. The weight difference is exactly 25%. However, berserk has a time limit. According to the mutant's stamina during berserk, it can last up to 5 minutes. But the mutant before him was nearing exhaustion, so 3 minutes was the limit. If he could hold out for more than 3 minutes, the after effects of the berserk would cause the mutant's strength to plummet. 3 minutes of life or death. As the monster blew away the steel door, Liu Ming leaped from the gap between the mutant and the left side of the elevator. Landing face first, he turned to see the monster swerve fiercely. Liu Ming quickly rolled over, leaping to his feet and running toward the residential complex. With the mutant's power skyrocketing, it was unwise to confront him head-on. The best strategy was to flee, waiting for him to weaken after his rampage expired. This was Liu Ming's strategy. The stairwell was too narrow. If he were blocked by wandering cannibals and then overtaken by the mutants, he would surely perish. Therefore, the natural escape was to head outside, where he would have room to maneuver, even if he encountered a monster. Before the mutant could react, Liu Ming scurried out the security door, slammed it shut, and ran away. A loud bang was heard as the frenzied mutant slammed into the steel door like a sledgehammer, a relentless thud. Liu Ming was secretly thankful that the monster wouldn't open the door. The noise attracted many of the cannibals in the neighborhood, allowing him to escape smoothly. There was a sound of a door panel collapsing, and the mutant had already burst out. It brutally ripped a common cannibal corpse, blocking its path in half. Its entrails scattered across the ground in a scene of unparalleled bloodshed and horror. It then pursued Liu Ming in his direction. Wherever it passed, ordinary cannibal corpses retreated in terror of its ferocious and powerful counterpart. With its ferocious mutant speed, rivaling that of a cheetah, the fastest land animal, it overtook Liu Ming before he could even dart through the security door of the next building. Never turn your back to a monster. This is a lesson forged through the blood and tears of future survivors. If you can't outrun a monster, running will surely lead to certain death. Only a desperate struggle, driven by the courage to survive, offers a glimmer of hope. 43 seconds. Liu Ming silently counted. The closing of the door and his escape had bought him 43 seconds. With just over 2 minutes left, he had to deal with the ferocious and terrifying monster before him. Chapter 4: Between Life and Death. Dying Sacrifice. Liu Ming's body trembled slightly, not from excitement or fear, but from the shuddering convulsions of blood loss. In reality, he was perfectly calm, his face expressionless, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He knew that any extraneous thought or action at this moment could cost him his life. A dark shadow flashed before his eyes, and the kitchen knife he clutched tightly in his right hand was struck by a powerful force, cracking his hand and causing it to bleed profusely. I didn't expect this monster to be so fast after going berserk. My reflexes are so hard to track it. This was something Liu Ming hadn't anticipated, but he was relieved to find that the monster hadn't launched a fatal attack, but had instead attempted to knock his weapon away. In other words, it was trying to torment him, like a hunter teasing its prey when victory is assured. Fool, since you're so foolish, I'll play along. If the opponent launched a frenzied attack at this point, his weakened and severely injured state would give him less than a 30% chance of success. But the mutant, believing it had him defeated, wouldn't give its full strength for a while. If he could hold out until its rampage ended, his chances of victory would be at least 80%. The monster struck the blade of the kitchen knife, sending a powerful impact through the blade, causing Liu Ming, who was gripping the handle tightly, to stumble before stopping his retreat. The monster's attacks were almost unstoppable after its rampage, but they weren't unavoidable. Determined to play along with the monster's playful tactics, Liu Ming only briefly blocked and dodged many avoidable attacks, appearing utterly discomforted. Just as he had barely held out for 30 seconds, preparing to continue showing weakness, thus satisfying the monster's desire to hold him back, the monster darted behind him, its claws ripping his clothes apart with a hissing sound, tearing a large chunk of flesh from his back. Without retreating, it lunged with a ferocious lunge, sending Liu Ming flying 8 or 9 meters. With a thud, several bones cracked, and with a sharp wow, a mouthful of blood and viscera splattered onto the ground, forming a small red puddle. The kitchen knife in his hand also fell from his hand under the force of the shock and flew away. Miscalculated, was Liu Ming's only thought, after being knocked back. This monster wasn't trying to kill him, but rather to lull him down, so he could land a fatal blow. His internal organs were shattered, his legs broken, and after this blow, he would be completely incapable of fighting. Am I doomed? Damn it. I've lived a new life, and I've barely survived a day before I die in a monster's mouth. Liu Ming was filled with regret. He had underestimated the enemy. It seemed that it wasn't this dog who was foolish, but himself. He couldn't blame anyone else. It had only been an hour since the catastrophe, and yet this monster had become so powerful. Even an armed group of survivors led by evolutionary professionals in the early days of the apocalypse would most likely be wiped out. A monster not far away glared at Liu Ming with amusement. Its prey had completely lost its fighting spirit. It had just eaten its fill, and it couldn't kill him in a moment. It opened its mouth wide and licked the chunk of flesh it had just torn from Liu Ming's back, slurping and chewing it. Liu Ming watched the monster's actions, his eyes clear of either anger or fear. The victor takes all, and the monster had defeated him. It could do whatever it pleased with him, but even at the brink of being devoured, he would not give up fighting back. Before the monster could reach him, Liu Ming glanced around, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Liu Ming, already nearing death, staggered towards the left and rear, dragging his broken right leg with the support of his left leg. The monster watched its prey rise and flee, refusing to pursue. It had done the same with several other prey it had torn alive before. Near death, they still tried to escape, but in the end, they were easily caught and devoured before it could escape its sight. Liu Ming didn't run far, just a dozen meters, before he came to a black SUV. The owner, a pitiful wretch whose head had been bitten, yanked him from the driver's seat, and Liu Ming quickly climbed in. Quickly engaging the parking brake and shifting into reverse, Liu Ming headed for the rear. This was the reason for Liu Ming's sudden burst of speed. He'd spotted the SUV, its lights still flashing. Clearly the owner hadn't turned off the engine and was ready to drive. While Liu Ming, a nerdy geek, couldn't drive, the professional Liu Ming, having survived for 10 years in the future, was a seasoned driver. He'd perfected the art of ramming monsters with his car, a skill he'd mastered like a real pro. Of course, the vehicle he used wasn't a fragile SUV, but a heavily modified, reinforced, explosion-proof armored vehicle. Driving an armored vehicle was a must-have skill for professionals in the future who spent extended time outdoors. Seeing its prey hiding in a metal box, about to vanish from sight, the mutant roared and charged forward like a revving engine. Meanwhile, Liu Ming had already reversed 20 or 30 meters. Come on. Let's see who'll get crushed. He shifted the car into forward gear with one hand and immediately gripped the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator. He stared intently ahead, the scenery outside the window gradually blurring as the car accelerated. Bang! At the moment of impact, Liu Ming desperately squeezed his eyes shut. The windshield shattered, shards of glass showering him. The monster was flung through the air like a large rag doll, flying over 30 meters before landing. pulling out a sharp shard of glass that had lodged itself in his eyelid. Liu Ming felt his bones nearly shattered, his internal organs dislocated. He felt completely drained of strength, and even moving a finger was a struggle. Yet, he struggled to get out of the car. With countless battle experiences, he knew perfectly well that the final moment of a fight was the deciding factor. Whoever could hold out would be the survivor. Reaching the outside, he saw the hood had been blown off, the anti-collision beam broken, the scene reminiscent of a high-speed collision between two vehicles. He was a bloody mess, his clothes and shoes soaked through, leaving a bloody footprint with every step. He picked up the kitchen knife that had been knocked away earlier. A mere 20 or 30 meters felt like tens of thousands of steps, and he arrived breathlessly before the monster. The swift mutant's frenzy had ended. The terrifying impact had left the creature, with its vitality comparable to that of an earthworm, curled up on the ground like a dead shrimp, unable to move for a moment. But Liu Ming knew it wasn't fatally wounded. The only fatal wound to a cannibal corpse is its brain, which can only be completely destroyed to be killed. Otherwise, it would be alive and kicking again in a few minutes. He swung the kitchen knife laboriously, slashing at the mutant's neck again and again. It usually took him 3 or 2 strikes, but now it took dozens of strikes to separate the monster that had driven him to the brink of death. The moment he killed the monster, Liu Ming's strength suddenly drained away, as if the last breath he had held was exhausted, and he collapsed limply to the ground. His breathing grew increasingly labored, like the suffocating sensation of a drowning man. The excruciating pain throughout his body nearly numbed him, and he felt a deep sleep envelop him. He knew that amidst the numerous mortal wounds and the massive arterial bleeding, his life was gradually being sapped away. The moment he fell asleep, he would die. Now, the only thing that could save him was the altar. Only 2 or 3 minutes had passed since he had fled. The monsters in the neighborhood, fearful of the mutant's brutality, had stayed away, so no cannibal corpses were wandering around. Liu Ming successfully climbed to the 3 altars and dragged the corpse of a nearby monster onto the stone platform. Sacrifice. Liu Ming shouted hoarsely and weakly, expressing his intention. The ancient, weathered stone platform suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, slowly expanding into a curtain of light that enveloped Liu Ming and the monster corpse. The oppressive battle was over, and the first climax was imminent. Chapter 5 Advanced Occupation. I want to feed a dragon. In the light curtain, Liu Ming leaned weakly against the altar, a familiar scene reappearing before him. A dazzling beam of light suddenly enveloped the offering at his feet. Within the beam, the headless corpse of the monster, driven by an invisible force, emitted mysterious patterns of light. These patterns converged toward the void above the altar and vanished. He silently chanted, "Heal." The next moment, countless rays of light shot from the void toward every injured part of Liu Ming's body. Suddenly, like a starving and cold person in the warm winter sun, Liu Ming was enveloped by a warm and numbing sensation. His damaged internal organs repaired with incredible speed, and his broken bones healed at a speed medical science could hardly explain. The headless corpse of the cannibal corpse gradually became translucent, and the patterns of light gradually dwindled. As the last pattern flew into the void like a moth to a flame, the healing light suddenly vanished. This was one of the altar's countless powers, divine grace and healing. No matter the injury, as long as the victim survived and sufficient sacrifices were made in time, they could be healed. Meanwhile, Liu Ming's fatal wounds had only partially healed, but at least he was alive. Though still weak, his broken bones and damaged organs hadn't fully recovered, and his torn left arm hadn't grown back. The nasty wounds had scabbed over, and the bleeding had ceased, allowing him to move normally. While the altar could heal injuries, few people in later generations used it, preferring instead to seek out priests, doctors, healers, or purchase healing potions due to the prohibitive cost of sacrifice. A single monster corpse could only heal a small portion of one's injuries. A complete cure would require at least 7 or 8 times the number of sacrifices, and regenerating a severed limb would require dozens of times that. Sacrificing all the monsters he had previously slain would heal all but the broken arm, but these sacrifices were the foundation of his future. As long as one obtains divine favor during a job advancement, one can self-recover from injuries during the job advancement. Therefore, if one can avoid sacrifice, then sacrifice is unnecessary. After the first sacrifice, Liu Ming did not leave. Sacrifice. Congratulations on successfully completing this altar's first sacrifice. According to the rules of sacrifice, your divine favor currently ranks first, making you the altar master. A neutral, emotionless voice echoed as a ball of light flew out of the altar. Liu Ming was waiting for him, or her, the altar spirit. Every altar has its own dedicated presiding officer, the altar spirit, who, to a certain extent, controls the distribution of divine favor. The person who offers the most sacrifices and receives the most divine favor becomes her master, revered by all in later generations as the altar master. Almost every altar master is a core figure in a particular faction and an extremely powerful professional. Your rights are as follows. Your right to extract 1% of divine favor. Upon hearing the words divine favor extraction rights, Liu Ming burst into laughter, his eyes glistening with laughter, tears threatening to flow. The right to extract divine grace, also known as extracting divine favor, is a privilege enjoyed exclusively by the altar master. This right allows the altar master to extract a certain percentage of divine grace from each sacrifice. Note that this percentage is each time. This means that, no matter who makes a sacrifice, a portion of the divine grace earned by their offering will belong to the altar master. This percentage varies, ranging from 1% to 10%, depending on the amount of divine favor held. In other words, anyone wishing to use this altar for future sacrifices must surrender a portion of divine grace to the master. This is a mandatory requirement of the sacrificial law. Later altar masters, like landlords in the old world who collected rent from their tenants, maintain their lofty position. However, the status of altar masters is not static. On the contrary, they are subject to rapid turnover in the early days of the end times. First, upon the death of the altar master, the altar becomes ownerless. There are countless examples of ambitious individuals seizing the altar through massacre. Second, any sacrificer whose divine favor surpassed that of the current altar master would become the new altar master. It wasn't uncommon for them to unexpectedly receive a high-level sacrifice, or even receive a large amount of divine favor after their sacrifice, becoming the new altar master. While the altar master's position wasn't infallible, Liu Ming was still ecstatic. In later generations, let alone becoming the altar master, he couldn't even join an organization with an altar master. His first sacrifice was only granted by the altar's controlling force, who demanded 2/3 of the sacrifice. Of course, the altar spirit didn't allow the altar master to collect additional offerings beyond the divine favor he'd received, so anyone had the right to offer a sacrifice. However, the altar master could control the order of sacrifices. There were only so many altars, and countless people were waiting to offer their sacrifices. Don't give your offering? Sorry, you won't get your turn until next year or the year after. Sacrifice for a 1% increase in divine favor. This was the altar master's second right, and the increase ranged from 1% to 10%. The current altar master is a master of a single color, 1-star altar. I hope the altar master will continue to receive sacrifices, offer large numbers, and raise the altar's level, thereby increasing the master's authority. With a cold, mechanical voice, the altar spirit, a ball of grey light, flew back into the dusty altar. All light instantly converged on the grey stone platform, as if in a fleeting dream, leaving only Liu Ming, still sitting on the altar with a smirk. Dressed in tattered clothes, Liu Ming stealthily dragged the corpses of the mutants he had killed into Building 3. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring the 5 zombies he had killed for sacrifice, but Building 6 was neither too far nor too close to Building 3. Going alone would ensure he didn't alert the zombies, but dragging several bloody corpses would undoubtedly attract more. So, after careful consideration, he decided to sacrifice the mutant and the other cannibal corpse first, to gain some divine favor and protect himself. A familiar light bloomed on the pristine stone platform. Within the veil, Liu Ming gazed at the sacrificial spirit before him, commanding her to offer all the sacrifices. Countless light patterns flew from the 2 cannibal sacrifices and the remaining head of a previously sacrificed cannibal. After all the light patterns vanished into thin air, streaks of light shot out from the void, interweaving into a grey ball of light before Liu Ming. Why only one divine grace? Seeing only one ball of light before him, Liu Ming couldn't help but look disappointed. He had so eagerly sacrificed the mutant sacrifice and 2 other ordinary sacrifices, yet he had only received 1 divine grace. He couldn't help but wonder if his right as the altar master to increase divine grace by 1% through sacrifice was a lie. But as the light intertwined, it gradually dimmed, turning from grey to black in a matter of breaths. Seal the divine grace. The regret in Liu Ming's eyes was instantly eclipsed by overwhelming joy. No wonder they say sacrifice is like buying a lottery ticket. If you suddenly win, you could become rich overnight, even though he hadn't won in the past 10 years. Divine grace has 10 levels, from low to high: grey, white, red, blue, green, cyan, orange, silver, gold, and purple. Grey corresponds to the lowest level of grace. Beyond the 10 colors, there's also black grace. It could be the lowest level, like grey, but it could also be a higher level. However, unlike a fully formed higher level grace, black grace is sealed. While it might currently only have the energy equivalent of grey grace, it has the potential to become a higher level grace, provided one can break through the layers of seals. Therefore, it's also called a sealed grace. After all the light faded, the ball of light before him flew towards Liu Ming. He reached out to grab it, and a loud, emotionless voice suddenly echoed within him. Dragon Breeder's job transfer grace. Do you want to use it immediately, or materialize it as a job transfer grace scroll? At the same time, information about the Dragon Breeder class entered his mind. Class: Dragon Breeder Potential, 2nd level SSS, 5th seal, 7th level SSS. Description: an orange class, Dragon Breeder, a highly advanced class for beast tamers, possesses the mystical power to raise and tame giant dragons. Through long-term contact with dragons, they inherit a portion of the dragon race's abilities. Every Dragon Breeder possesses a natural attraction and affinity for dragons. Their temperaments resemble those of dragons: greedy, stingy, and irritable, yet incredibly cunning. Dealing with them is no less challenging than facing a full-grown dragon. It's an advanced class. At that moment, Liu Ming's ecstasy completely extinguished the lingering pain from his battle with the mutant. Liu Ming was unfamiliar with the Dragon Breeder class, as no powerful individual in the entire Xiangnan province security zone had ever achieved this advanced class. But the very words advanced class were like a golden egg cracking in his heart, unearthing an incredible jackpot. Just look at who the high-level professionals were 10 years later. The Wuling Safe Zone's foremost elemental mage Ko Xianlong, the Wuling Safe Zone's strongest demon hunter, leader of the Sandstorm Sword Saint Lu Zuan, the Demon Hunter Guild's president, Frost Knight Captain Yiking, and the 3 military and political leaders of the Wuling City Safe Zone. All of them were rank 7 and above, figures he had once only looked up to. And now, a divine grace for a high-level class transfer appeared before him, though it was currently sealed. Without further ado, Liu Ming immediately chose to transfer. A dazzling light instantly enveloped Liu Ming, and a vast cocoon of light suddenly appeared where he had stood. Within the cocoon, he felt as if his entire being had been forged and reshaped. A tingling pain enveloped his entire body, and waves of invisible energy violently surged into his body, smoothing out hidden injuries and scars like a piece of wrinkled paper. Although he had experienced this before, experiencing it again was still unbearable. The transformation of the class transfer was like a hammer, forging scrap iron into fine steel in a matter of seconds. 10 minutes later. This evolution took much longer than my previous beast tamer career change, at least 3 times longer. Liu Ming thought as he emerged from the cocoon of light. Liu Ming now looked completely different from the scarred man he had just been. Aside from his left arm, which hadn't grown back yet, his entire body was completely free of scars, not even a single superficial one. A statistic flashed through his mind. Evolver, Liu Ming. Energy level, 1st stage F class. Occupation, Dragon Tamer. Career potential, 2nd stage SSS class, 5th seal, 7th stage SSS class. Abilities, Dragon Vein Evolution, Telepathy, Dragon Taming, Insight. Talents, Dragon Bloodline Transition, Dragon Vein Strengthening, Communicating with all creatures. Specialties, Affinity, Influence, Dragon Language. Current number of dragon pets, 0/3. As a former beast tamer, Liu Ming's only burning desire was to tame a dragon. Chapter 6 Demon Hunting Equipment, Turin Card. Liu Ming, using a folding chair in a utility room on the first floor near the altar as a makeshift retreat, looked thoughtful. As the evolved class of the Beast Tamer, the Dragon Keeper naturally occupies a magical role, possessing exceptional abilities, but significantly weaker physical fitness than melee fighters. But Liu Ming clenched his right fist, delivering several powerful punches that whirred into the air. He could clearly feel the immense power surging through his veins, like a raging monster desperate for release. With 10 years of memories from the afterlife and his intimate familiarity with common classes, he knew that this strength, at least 3 times that of a sturdy adult man, was quite close to that of a first-tier F-rank warrior. His physique also seemed less emaciated. Standing up, his tattered clothes revealed faint bulges of muscle, making him appear considerably more robust than his once thin arms and legs. It seems it's due to my professional talent. As Liu Ming pondered the source of his explosive physical growth after his class change, a sudden insight dawned upon him. Dragon vein enhancement. Dragon breeders, through their long-term taming of dragon creatures, gradually acquire some of their beneficial traits. Their bodies inherit the subtle effects of dragon resistance to magical element, and their physiques become closer to dragon-like strength. With each additional dragon pet, the dragon breeder's dragon vein enhancement rate doubles. Liu Ming beamed with joy upon seeing this class talent description. When a magician possesses the physique of a warrior, their potential for explosive combat power increases exponentially. Because the other talents are mostly related to taming creatures, their effects can only be explored through further use. Class abilities aren't immediately accessible upon acquisition, they can only be triggered through insight after use. The Dragon Vein enhancement talent's information is also observable as it subtly enhances one's physical fitness. But besides insight, an ability every professional possesses, he'd unexpectedly gained 3 abilities, 3 talents, and 3 specialties. Although only one Dragon Vein enhancement could directly enhance his strength, considering his initial struggle as a tamer, where he only gained 1 taming ability, 1 wild sensitivity talent, and 1 tracking speciality, this was a perfect start. Inside the residential complex, a young man in tattered clothes, his body stained with still-cooked blood, wielded a slender red fire axe, and chopped down a cannibal corpse. Upstairs in a nearby residential building, a woman observing the situation below whispered soothingly to the terrified young girl inside, "Don't be afraid, daughter. Look, someone's already killing the monster downstairs. We'll be safe soon." What a master. They brought down such a terrifying monster in a single blow. Incredible. They must be armed police special forces coming to rescue. Old man, have you dialed 110 yet? Stop calling. Come and see. There's someone alive in the complex. They don't look like they are running for their lives. Are they sent by the government? Liu Ming was unaware that some of the residents above had witnessed him slaughtering the cannibal corpses, and even if they had, he wouldn't have cared much. In later life, wasn't he also hiding in his rented apartment, staring out the window, hoping that the police, government, and military would finally wipe out the monsters and restore everything to normal? But by the time the government finally reacted to the sudden disaster, nearly half the survivors had already perished. Even though the government army gradually gained control of the situation and established safety zones across the country, the unexpected monster attacks and the hidden dangers of the apocalypse still resulted in countless deaths every day. Pinning hope on others in a precarious purgatory was sheer folly. Seeing the hordes of cannibal corpses roaming the neighborhood, Liu Ming felt a pang of fear. Although his strength had greatly increased, once discovered and surrounded by the zombies, he would be hard-pressed to escape. He had considered clearing the hallway of Building 3 to collect the cannibal corpses for offerings, but the 5 he had previously killed were still downstairs from his rental apartment. That represented a significant amount of divine favor, and he certainly couldn't abandon it. In a monster-infested neighborhood, Liu Ming certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to drag 5 bloody corpses from Building 6 to Building 3. But he chose to do it anyway, not out of folly, but because of the silver-gray metallic cylinder he was shoving in his pocket. A demon hunting device. It can be used to transform and hold offerings, but cannot hold anything else. This was also a form of divine favor gained from the altar, the reward Liu Ming received after sacrificing the 2 cannibal corpses that had wandered down from the upper floors. Almost every veteran demon hunter of later generations would be equipped with one, which is not unrelated to the origin of the name. A demon hunter refers to those who venture outside safe zones and hunt monsters year-round. A demon hunting device has a single function: to transform and store offerings. Anything deemed suitable for sacrifice by the altar can be decomposed and converted into offerings on the spot before being stored. The demon hunting device he had obtained was only a low level one, but it was more than enough to store 8 or 9 cannibal corpses. Hence the scene of killing cannibal corpses in Liu Ming's residential complex. He had been stealthy enough, but perhaps the noise from his previous battle with the mutants had attracted many monsters. After dodging the hordes, the solitary cannibal corpses were simply unavoidable. He swung his axe to chop off another cannibal corpse's head. He pulled out his demon hunting device, about the thickness of his wrist and the length of 2 fingers, and pressed it against the fallen monster. A stream of energy, like ripples on water, instantly swept over the monster, vanishing along with the headless corpse. The dimmed capacity bar on the demon hunter lit up a fraction, now a quarter full, with a total capacity of about 12 cannibal corpses. This meant Liu Ming had already stored a sacrifice equivalent to 3 cannibal corpses. As for the fire axe, it was a find in the glass case next to the fire hydrant in building 3 before Liu Ming left. The battered kitchen knife, its blade nicked with multiple nicks, had been honorably retired. He reached building 7 and dispatched 2 cannibal corpses drawn to the food. After a few blows, he collected them, along with the 5 monster corpses lying in a pool of blood inside the security door, and stored them. Liu Ming then fought his way to building 3. He killed 2 more on the way, placing the equivalent of 10 cannibal corpses on the altar. Standing before the altar, Liu Ming's expression shifted from gloomy to grim, looking at the black card covered in dark yellow patterns and the now empty demon hunter. Turin card, that was the card's name. A summoning divine favor summoned a Durin dwarf. This card was a common type of Durin summon card, summoning a Durin dwarf warrior. Unlike typical consumable summon items, Durin cards were permanent summon items. This meant that, in principle, the creatures summoned by them could exist permanently in the summoner's time and space. However, that was only in principle. Permanently summoned creatures weren't projections but entities. In other words, they were fully realized beings, possessing their own temperament, personality, and emotions. Therefore, they wouldn't blindly obey the summoner's commands like projections within the rules of summoning. While restricted by the rules of summoning, they couldn't directly attack the summoner, but they could slack off and kill their master in battle. Under certain circumstances, such as enslavement, life threats, or the summoner's death, they could even unilaterally cancel the contract and return to their original world. If they weren't satisfied, they wouldn't only be useless as a helper, but could even become a hindrance. This was also what made Liu Ming hesitate. Dwarves are known for their strong personalities. Although they were short in stature, they were rugged, strong, and brave, with uninhibited and unrestrained personalities. They react with hostility and hatred to any race that attempts to enslave them. However, once they gain their approval, they become diligent, loyal, stubborn, and devoted companions. Earning a dwarf's approval and friendship is difficult, as each dwarf possesses erratic and violent tempers. They will even rally their companions to engage in a desperate battle against a full-grown dragon thousands of times their size for a single mineral vein. If you possess their courage, they will undoubtedly support you. However, if you refuse to brave the dragon's wrath with them, you could quickly become a coward, despised and scorned. Furthermore, every adult pure-blood Durin dwarf is a level 1 S-class being, naturally a formidable warrior. This explains the inherent value of this card. Chapter 7 Dwarf Garlin, a strange hobby. After much deliberation, Liu Ming decided to use the Torino card. While the monsters currently posed little threat to him, the sheer number of zombies was incredibly terrifying. Furthermore, zombies could mutate and evolve, and who knew when another mutant might appear. According to his memorized timeline, he had to become as strong as possible within 3 days, as even stronger and more terrifying monsters would appear after 3 days. If the apocalypse only saw zombies, 10 years from now, each of the human safe zones would have sufficient military force to reclaim the monster-held areas. Clearly, it wasn't just the zombies that kept most humans hunkered down behind the towering barriers of the safe zones, afraid to even venture into the restricted areas. Powerful land and sea creatures, swiftly swarming through chaotic matter, seemingly complete a history of biological evolution. Furthermore, the demons of the abyss, devils from hell, demons from purgatory, spirits from the underworld, insects from the insect realm, dragons from the dragon realm, demons from the demon realm, demons from the demon realm, demons from the 9 mythoworlds, vampires from the blood realm, creatures from other planes, and countless races from other dimensions, influx from dimensional fissures, are the true reason why humanity, despite the support of countless powerful humans, is still struggling 10 years after the apocalypse. Simply put, in the apocalyptic world, Earth has become a hunting ground for all manner of monsters, and humanity clearly holds a low place in the food chain. Naturally, Earth cannot accommodate the diverse developments of so many races. Ancient ruins and other dimensions descending from the sky have expanded Earth's vastness, leaving humanity, once the masters of the Earth, with only a tiny sliver of territory. There's no single unified name for these ruins and spaces. Some call them secret realms, blessed lands, holy lands, or spiritual realms, while others refer to them as demi-planes, small worlds, incomplete worlds, lost worlds, or fragments of time and space. However, the official and most popular term is secret realm. Every appearance of a secret realm stirs up a bloody storm. I recall entering the ruins several times, but only late in the excavation process, when the valuables had already been looted by those who had come before, leaving me with little to show for it. Those who were able to exploit the secret realms early on were always military and political figures, powerful organizations, or exceptionally powerful lone rangers. As a lowly animal tamer with no connections, I gradually lost interest in the craze for secret realm exploration, which rivaled the American gold rush. The future Wuling City safe zone was built on the site of a secret realm within an ancient ruin. After using up the Turing card in his hand, a pitch black spatial crack appeared before Liu Ming's eyes. The crack gradually widened into a square archway, and a short humanoid creature, carrying a massive hammer, scurried out on short legs. "Strange human, are you summoning a go?" the dwarf asked first. Although Liu Ming had a specialization in dragon language due to his profession, he was completely baffled by the dwarven chatter he was spouting. This was where the Dragon Keeper's telepathic ability proved extremely useful. Although he didn't understand the dwarven language, he could still understand what was being said. Dwarf, Gorin, Stone Hammer, Longbird, Gale, Level, Occupation, Turin Dwarf Warrior, Potential, Abilities, Talents, Specialties. This was the information Liu Ming had observed using his insight. Beyond the basics, he couldn't discern anything else, which meant that the dwarf, less than a meter tall, was on par with him in terms of both level and strength. This comforted him, as he felt he hadn't lost out. Dwarf Gorin, I, the human Liu Ming, summon you from distant time and space. My homeland is under invasion by powerful monsters, and I need your help. Liu Ming initially thought the dwarf calling himself a go was actually named a go, but it turned out his real name was Gorin. He decided to calm the dwarf down first. As an intelligent race, dwarves are generally compassionate, willing to give in to soft words, rather than hard ones, and often appeal to emotions first. Dwarf names are distinctive, typically consisting of 4 parts: the given name, the family name, the clan name, and the tribe name. Gorin is his given name, Stonehammer signifies his origins from the Stonehammer family, Longbird is his clan, and Fierce Wind is the name of a dwarven tribe. According to the dwarves themselves, this dwarf was only 3 feet tall, less than a meter, yet he carried a heavy brass hammer weighing at least 1.5 meters. He was also clad in dark red leather armor. Despite his short stature, his wrists were thicker than his own arms, and his bulging muscles were visible through the armor, making him incredibly muscular. He was an underage dwarf. This was Liu Ming's first assessment upon seeing him. His memory told him that adult dwarves stood between 4 and 5 feet tall, the 22nd of January 1952 meters, and that the basic equipment for an adult dwarf warrior was steel armor and an iron hammer. Leather armor and a bronze hammer were clearly standard for a minor dwarf. Though still underage, the dwarf before him was likely twice his age. Pure-blooded dwarves reach adulthood at 50 and can live to over 400 years old. A strange human with a broken arm. Humans are cunning and treacherous creatures. A go won't trust you easily, and why should I help you? Liu Ming's eyes twitched at the words. The miner before him was actually provoking a disabled person, but knowing that dwarves are known for their outspokenness, he could only seek self-consolation. It was a successful initial negotiation. At least the reference to him had changed from a strange human to a strange human with a broken arm. The left arm he lost in the previous battle hadn't grown back, and it was badly mangled. He wasn't planning on sacrificing it for now. He wanted to use divine grace to heal a broken limb, but without at least 20 cannibal corpses, it was practically impossible. He'd just try his luck and see if he could sacrificially obtain a healing item. For now, he'd have to be a one-armed warrior for a while. Garlin, here are the strongest liquors, the finest steel, and an incredibly rich mineral deposit. I'll give them all to you. Bragging isn't taxable, so he'd let this mean-spirited dwarf help him hunt for sacrifices. Liquor is readily available in supermarkets and stores, and steel can be found at the building materials market. But mineral deposits? He's just an underage dwarf, and it might be over a decade before he reaches adulthood. He'd probably have no use for him then, and he still wanted mineral deposits? He'd already granted you 3 of the 4 great dwarf hobbies: liquor, forging, mining, and bragging. How could he not help me? You brainless, weird human. A go doesn't like drinking, and even less so, forging and mining. Go to hell. The dwarf boy suddenly roared. If it weren't for his red-faced furious expression, his temper as volatile as any other dwarf, Liu Ming wouldn't have believed he was born a dwarf. Are there dwarves who forge and mine without drinking? Even the emperor of the dwarven empire enjoys digging for gems in the mines. Then, what do you like? Liu Ming asked helplessly. In his later years, he would have had his pet rip this arrogant, venomous summoned creature to pieces, assuming he could defeat it. But he thought, if this creature didn't help him, he'd lose everything. 10 sacrifices, 10 whole cannibal corpses. You disgusting, weird human. A go likes juice, sweet juice. Damn, dwarf, are you done yet? Now you're a disgusting human again. So many modifiers in your garbled dwarven language. Juice? I'm not sure if a drink will work, but I'll just fool you for now. Garlin, we have the sweetest, most delicious juice here. Let me take you to drink it. Lead the way, you cunning human with ulterior motives. The dwarf's eyes lit up with excitement at the mention of juice, and he brandished his warhammer, asking Liu Ming to lead the way. Damn, are you a dwarf or a goblin? You even figured out my ulterior motives. He mentally grumbled as he led the dwarf, back into the residential complex. With the dwarf as a perfect tank, he'd make a few sacrifices first, lest he abandon the project and lose everything. Thanks to fellow author BITXGI1984 for his 3 recommendations. For a new author like me, every first is memorable and moving. Thank you very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. Liu Ming led a dwarf, barely waist high, toward the neighborhood supermarket, hacking away at several cannibal corpses along the way. After the battle, Liu Ming watched the dwarf strolling carelessly down the main street, his face sullen. Are you trying to lure the monsters over here? HMPH. Cowardly humans. Even if there were twice as many of these low-level monsters, a go could crush their bones with a single hammer. Despite his stubbornness, the dwarf obediently allowed Liu Ming to lead him into hiding in the flower bed. He knew the terrifying power of these monsters. These hideous creatures possessed such tenacious vitality that even those disgusting demons couldn't match them. Perhaps only completely mindless creatures like the undead abomination could rival them. Liu Ming was also secretly amazed at the dwarf's fighting prowess. He had only killed 3 of the several waves of wandering cannibal corpses he had drawn, while this tiny underage dwarf wielded a 20 to 30 kilogram hammer with such ferocity that he smashed the heads of 5 or 6 monsters, sending blood and white blood splattering all over the ground. The dwarf watched the human before him pull out a strange little metal cylinder and collect the monster. He was surprised. Strange human. Could this strange thing of yours be one of those legendary high-level magical artifacts crafted by wizards? A spatial device for storing items? Liu Ming's mouth twitched. You have a wild imagination. Mine is just a demon hunting device for storing sacrifices. He knew about spatial devices, but as far as he could remember, he hadn't come across such a secret treasure in his 10 years of wandering through the apocalypse. However, the most urgent task now was to gain the dwarf's approval, so he could use him in the future. So, he replied proudly, of course, but this spatial device can only be used to store the corpses of monsters like this. He could easily make a coat out of a tiger's skin, and he wasn't lying. The demon hunting device and the spatial device did share many similarities. Only for storing monsters? Turns out it's just a broken, low-level magical device. The dwarf, with his imaginative nature, feigned knowledge and spoke with disdain, but he reached out to snatch the demon hunting device from Liu Ming's hand. Damn, is this dwarf born in the year of the dragon? If you see something good, grab it. Liu Ming quickly dodged backward. In the previous fight, the dwarf had fully demonstrated his incredible strength, completely inversely proportional to his height. His own strength was far inferior to his. He stood a short distance away, glaring coldly at the dwarf. Seeing that he hadn't snatched it, Gorin's aura noticeably weakened, and he muttered, "Stingy human." A go couldn't even take a curious look. Liu Ming then realized that part of the dwarf's nature was a fascination with everything they'd never seen, a love of exploration and adventure. So, he was simply curious. Thinking this, Liu Ming relaxed and tossed the demon hunter to the dwarf. Look. Watching Gorin happily tinkering with the demon hunter, Liu Ming couldn't help but smile. He's just a miner, after all. Liu Ming sighed inwardly, oblivious to the fact that his body was only 19 years old. Strange human. Just give this worthless, shabby magic weapon to a go. A go can fight for you for a month. Suddenly, 1,000 alpaca horses galloped through Liu Ming's mind. Ultimately, the dwarf Garland's greed was unsatisfactory. He had to persuade Liu Ming to quickly provide him with a new demon hunting device, at the cost of 2.5 months of fighting for Liu Ming. This heated exchange of words only deepened Liu Ming's understanding of the dwarf's despicable character. He was a combination of a goblin, a dragon, a lesser demon, a mind-controlling demon, and a soul-sucking monster, all disguised as a dwarf. The two fought their way to the supermarket, where Liu Ming suddenly reached out to stop Garland. "Why aren't you leaving, you dawdling, weird human? Shut up." Liu Ming was slightly irritated by the loud, dwarven chatter. Less than 100 meters ahead, on the main road, two figures, one large and one small, sprinted towards him. Roaring sounds echoed behind them, clearly a horde of cannibals pursuing them. This was the first time Liu Ming had witnessed two living people uneaten by the cannibals since the catastrophe. For ordinary people, cannibal zombies are a formidable opponent. They possess greater strength and speed than ordinary humans. Most importantly, they are fearless and utterly invulnerable. Punches and kicks inflict little more than a tickle on them, and even penetrating wounds from ordinary weapons are unfazed. Unless the head, the very thing that fuels their frenzied bloodlust, is torn off, even severe injuries like severed limbs won't deter them from their fervor. Normal humans wandering the neighborhood before the disaster were largely wiped out. Only those who managed to find safety managed to escape. Seeing the two men nimbly evade the zombies' attacks from behind, while simultaneously outpacing him, Liu Ming glared at them. "You're looking for death by luring monsters towards me?" But as the men approached, and he could clearly see their faces, Liu Ming's expression suddenly brightened. It was a mixture of surprise, delight, and conflict, like the look of someone who finds 5 million and hesitates between hiding it or returning it to the police station. Dao Ju Feng Tang. He muttered the man's name in his mind. Humans are a very strange species, and they are also the most adept at creating miracles. Throughout history, every period that has put many at the brink of life and death has produced countless heroes and great men, each of whom has left a profound mark in history. There were the various schools of thought during the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, the Chu-Han contention at the end of the Qin and early Han dynasties, the heroes of the Three Kingdoms period at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, the heroes of the late Sui and early Tang dynasties, the three great powers vying for supremacy at the end of the Yuan and early Ming dynasties, the visionary men who sacrificed their lives for their country and nation at the end of the Qing dynasty, and the countless brave soldiers who defended their homeland against the Japanese invaders during the 8-year war of resistance against Japanese aggression. Every worst of times will produce the greatest figures. This was the sentiment of an unknown individual, heard by later generations, but Liu Ming still remembered it in his heart. The two men approaching him were among the heroes who emerged from this worst of times. Their faces, as sharp and angular, as if carved from the same mold, were unforgettable at first sight, and he, having seen them several times in public, would certainly not forget them. Wuling City governed 7 districts and 6 counties, with a total population of nearly 7 million. 10 years after the apocalypse, fewer than 3 million survived, spread across the city's safety zone and 6 other county safety zones within the Wuling safe zone. Of these nearly 3 million survivors, 5 or 600,000 evolved into professionals over the next 10 years. Among these professionals, 16 7th level evolvers, collectively known as the 16 peaks, were the 54 supremes and 63 strongholds, totaling 117 of the top 6th level professionals. These individuals were the heroes and protagonists of their era. Among them, Feng Tang, the sword master, and Feng Ji, the spider shooting stronghold, were among them. Feng Tang's fame stemmed from his exceptional swordsmanship. With this skill, he once battled a 7th level abyssal flame lord with peak 6th level prowess, resulting in a mutual defeat. He successfully secured a breach in the safety zone's defenses, saving countless lives, and ranking among the top 3 of the 54 supremes. His younger brother, Feng Ji, the spider shooter, was a 6th rank SSS class sharpshooter. His fame stemmed from his ability to shoot off the spindly legs of small spiders from thousands of meters away without killing them, his archery skills nearing divine prowess. The term gancheng gancheng comes from the ancient Chinese poem The Book of Songs, which reads, "The valiant warriors, the nobles and marquesses, are the fortresses of the country," and from the Zizi Tangjian, which reads, "Now, in the warring states period, you select your minions and teeth, but forsake the generals who are the fortresses of the country for 2 eggs." This must not be heard by neighboring states. It represents a general who is the fortress of the country, a general who defends the country and its cities. Later generations rumored that the 2 brothers lost their parents at a young age and were raised by their grandfather, Feng Qianshan, a martial artist from Wuling City. After his grandfather's passing, 22-year-old Feng Tang inherited the family's Feng Clan martial arts school. Many of the elite demon hunters who followed them later also came from the Feng Clan, or had ties to it. Unexpectedly, they had also lived in the same neighborhood as him during the catastrophe. Chapter 9, To Save or Not to Save, a matter of one thought. The Feng brothers enjoyed a good reputation in the later Wuling safe zone. They were generous and magnanimous, and many had benefited from their kindness. Seeing them on the verge of falling prey to the cannibals, Liu Ming should have offered his assistance. However, Liu Ming was not a righteous savior. He didn't need to risk his life for 2 people with whom he had little connection. There were at least 20 zombies following them, and who knew how they had attracted so many cannibals. Even if he was torn between saving them, it was because they had the potential to become Daoju and Gancheng level figures in the future. He wanted to show them a favor first, so that he could reap greater benefits later. If the self in his memory had the backing of 6th level peak evolvers like Daoju and Gancheng, would he still be bullied by the Dark Slaughter demon hunting team, whose captain was only a 5th level S-level, and ultimately die in grief? However, such an investment must be considered in real terms. If there was a serious threat to his life, Liu Ming would have immediately withdrawn. He had the confidence that, if he were to live again, his future achievements would not necessarily be inferior to anyone else's. Not far away, 2 men were approaching. The shorter brother, Feng Ji, was about to be overtaken by the frenzied cannibal corpses. Feng Tang swiftly turned, wielding his Tang sword with both hands, slashed a charging monster from behind. Then, with a flick of the sword, He severed both arms of the cannibal corpse that had barely touched his brother's back. Fengji quickly turned back and stabbed the severed monster's right eye socket with his sharp sword. Amidst the monster's shrill roar, he and Feng Tang fled. Amazing. You're worthy of being called the future sword master and the fortress of the sword, Liu Ming exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. To be fair, the Feng Tang brothers had incredible potential, especially Feng Tang. His swordsmanship was already showing its true prowess, a master like aura. It was rare for an ordinary person to dare to fight a cannibal corpse at this moment. Such courage was truly rare. When did he remember his first monster kill? Was it a month after the catastrophe? Or 2 months? Gurring, let's go. Calling to the dwarf warrior, Liu Ming rushed forward, a blood-stained axe in hand. Since these two still had a fighting chance, why wouldn't I lend a helping hand? Moreover, I'm sure the two brothers would have been able to escape even without my presence. After all, if they died here, wouldn't the future generations of the 54 supreme beings and 63 great walls be missing 2 people for nothing? Seeing a burly man wielding an axe and a smaller figure wielding a warhammer burst out of the flower bed and run towards them, the two Feng brothers were visibly startled and shouted in unison, "Run! There's a man-eating monster behind us." It turned out they hadn't noticed Gurring and I hiding there. Hearing the surprise and anxiety in their warnings, and realizing they weren't deliberately drawing the horde toward them to save their lives, the chill that had gripped Liu Ming's heart dissipated. He swung his axe like a tiger charging into a pack of wolves, his axe striking the monsters' necks like a farmer harvesting wheat. A few blows decapitated a beast, and the dwarf, Gorin, like a young tyrannosaurus, swung his warhammer at the corpses, smashing them down with each blow, either crushing their heads or crushing their chests, rendering them powerless. The Feng brothers were stunned. As descendants of a legitimate martial arts family, they were not some masters who used the name of kung fu to deceive others. Their martial prowess was undoubtedly impressive. But upon seeing the ferocious bizarre duo before them, words failed to describe the devastation they felt. Had all those years of training, through the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer, been wasted on a mere mortal? What are you standing there for? Come help. Scars from the bites of cannibal corpses gradually appeared on Liu Ming's body, while the dwarf Garlin's leather armor might have been enough to fend off the cannibal's claws. Liu Ming, a commoner, was a threat to over 20 cannibals. While his offensive prowess was impressive, how could he easily withstand the attacks of a horde of over 20 cannibals? One dead for 2, and they'd wear him down to death. Seeing the two Feng brothers, renowned for their weapons, standing there in awe, Liu Ming roared in anger. The two brothers quickly drew their weapons and joined the fray. With the assistance of these two highly skilled warriors, the pressure on Liu Ming and his companions was instantly reduced. Left rear, block with your sword. Right front, stab with your dagger. Garlin, be careful, roll backward. The 4 of them combined to take on over 20 cannibal corpses. With the combat experience amassed over a decade of bloody battles, Liu Ming handled the situation with ease, slicing through the crowd like a leisurely stroll. After each blow, he would offer his own warnings and guidance to the other 3, significantly reducing their vulnerability and increasing their accuracy. Uncle, I'm impressed. I thought my brother was already one of the best fighters in all of Wuling, but I didn't expect someone like you to show up, even better than a monster. After the 4 of them finished off the pursuing zombies, Liu Ming went to the nearby supermarket and got a bottle of orange juice for the dwarf, which made him smile. He then directed the 3 others to help him carry the monster corpses back to building 3. Meanwhile, Fengji, one of the 2 brothers, was chattering away. I'm only 19, and you're calling me uncle. Touching his months-old stubble, Liu Ming looked at the boy with a strange expression. Holy crap, are you kidding me, brother? You're only 19. Only 3 years older than me. Fengji asked in disbelief and shock. Bang. Gee, don't be so rude in front of your elders. Feng Tang rapped his fist on his brother's head, admonishing him. Children's talk is innocent. It's nothing serious. Liu Ming chuckled helplessly. Ever since witnessing Liu Ming's skill and prowess, Feng Tang had considered him a martial arts master, treating him with the respect of a junior. Brother, you hit me again. I'm not a child. I'm 16, a year older. Fengji, barely taller than the dwarf Garlin, protested with a curled lip. A year older? Liu Ming asked with a playful gesture, gesturing at Fengji, who barely reached his chest. Of course I'm a year older. I'm much taller than that weird old man next to me, okay? Seeing that the other man didn't believe his age because of his height, Fengji quickly compared him to the dwarf Garlin, who was comfortably sipping a large bottle of orange juice nearby. Seeing a human pointing at him, Garlin babbled in a flurry of dwarven language. What's he saying? Is it some dialect? Fengji asked curiously. He was deeply curious about the dwarf Garlin, but seeing the ferocious way he hammered the cannibal corpses and the disdain and hostility he displayed towards him, he didn't want to start a conversation. Goring said, "Damn weak human, if you disturb your uncle or go from drinking his sweet juice again, I'll smash your bones." He wasn't speaking a dialect, but the authentic common language of the dwarves. The fact that Goring wasn't human would be discovered sooner or later, so it was better to disclose his identity to others before they reacted with hostility and fear upon learning he was of another race. Goring? Dwarf. He's not human. Fengji shouted excitedly, automatically ignoring Goring's hostility. You're not afraid? He's not human. He's another race. Liu Ming was puzzled by the fact that his initial assumptions hadn't panned out. Logically, after the appearance of cannibal corpses in the early apocalypse, humans would have treated all non-human races as subhuman monsters, hostile and repulsive. Few people shared Fengji's pure curiosity and excitement. Even his brother Feng Tang's eyes changed when he heard Goring wasn't human, a hint of fear and defensiveness. So what if he's not human? He and you, uncle, saved my life and my brother's. You're my great benefactors. Fengji, unfazed, continued to call Liu Ming uncle. Yes, he saved my life and my life. After hearing Fengji's response, Liu Ming could clearly sense Feng Tang's fear and wariness had dropped. Well, it's still a difference, Liu Ming said casually as he dragged the monster corpses that the demon hunting device couldn't contain onto the altar. Uncle, are you praising me? Then can you tell me what that thing you just used to snatch the monster away? Is it one of those legendary magical artifacts? Or the Hallows from Harry Potter? Liu Ming had no intention of hiding from the public when using the demon hunter and sacrificing at the altar. The altar's purpose had been discovered by the survivors just days after the disaster. Instead of being secretive, he could be open and honest. If there were any divine favors of little use, he could give them some. After all, of the 20 or 30 sacrifices he harvested, 4 or 5% were their spoils of war. Moreover, these two brothers were known in later legends as positive figures who knew how to repay kindness and distinguish between love and hate. What if the two brothers became greedy after seeing this? Sorry, that would mean the future would be without a Daoju and a Gancheng, and the overall strength of the Wuling safe zone would be significantly reduced. After all, the 10 years of the apocalyptic cannibalistic world had taught Liu Ming a lesson. Anyone who dared to covet or oppose oneself, or who harmed one's interests, was an enemy. The enemy's fate was one. If you could defeat them, you killed them. If you couldn't, you avoided them. The two brothers in front of him were not the top evolvers who could make the world change color in the future, but two ordinary people he had just rescued. Not to mention himself, even the dwarf Gorin could kill them with 2 hammers. Chapter 10, Brutal Purge, Residents of 3 Buildings, Part 1. Aji. Hearing Fengji question the secrets of his seniors, Feng Tang quickly spoke up to stop him. It's okay, you'll find out sooner or later. Wait outside. Liu Ming waved his hand and walked up to the altar, signaling the others to wait. A dozen offerings filled the altar so tightly that there was barely room to step. Standing atop the pile, Liu Ming pulled out his chest, already filled with 12 demon hunting instruments. He then summoned the altar spirit and began the sacrifice. Amidst the shock of the Feng brothers and the astonishment of the dwarf Gorin, a curtain of light enveloped Liu Ming. The spirit remained the same grey ball of light, its patterns rapidly withdrawn from the offerings. Soon, the altar, crammed with corpses, vanished without a trace. Seeing the light coalesce and form 4 balls of light before him, Liu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If only there had been one divine favor, he would have become the most miserable altar master. 4 kinds of divine grace, 5 blood red glass tubes, 3 sheets of dark yellow talisman paper covered in strange, bright red runes, a pair of strange silver shoes with small wings sprouting from their sides, and a black cloak. As the light gradually faded, Liu Ming's figure reappeared before the 3 still astonished men. "Uncle, you know magic?" Feng Ji asked, somewhat haltingly, though the scene before him didn't resemble magic at all, more like legendary sorcery. Next, he tossed a scarlet glass tube to the Feng brothers. This red bottle was one of the most common types of divine grace. Divine grace healing elixir, applied to wounds, could rapidly stop bleeding, heal wounds, and accelerate healing. It became a staple item among later demon hunters, vividly referred to by the profession as a blood potion. "I don't know any magic tricks or anything like that. This is the altar, humanity's only hope for survival in the apocalypse. This blood potion is one of the altar's magical products. If you're seriously injured in battle in the future, you can apply it to your wounds. It might save your life, and it's also a way to repay the cannibal sacrifices you just killed. Senior, we can't take this. You and Mr. Goring have already saved our lives, and we haven't yet repaid your kindness. We must not be so ungrateful as to ask for your things again." Feng Tang took the blood potion and was about to return it to Liu Ming. "Keep it. I still have a lot of this stuff. Don't you still have to rescue people? You'll encounter many battles along the way, and you'll need it more." Liu Ming pushed the blood potion back. Liu Ming had previously asked the 2 why they were being hunted by the zombies, and learned that they were rushing to rescue people from elsewhere and accidentally ran into the residential area during the pursuit. According to them, several of their fellow martial artists were together when the disaster struck. Suddenly, they received a call for help, saying they were trapped by a group of man-eating monsters while dining at a restaurant. They rushed to rescue them, but were pursued by the monsters as they passed through the residential complex, forcing them to run in. Feng Tang hesitated, but immediately handed over the blood potion. "I appreciate your kindness, Senior, but accepting a gift after saving my life would be against my conscience." Liu Ming was a little furious. "You're giving me something, but you're being so polite, thinking you're acting in a TV show." But he still had some respect for Feng Tang's perseverance. At least he was a man of principle. The apocalypse is full of ruthless, fierce, and fearless individuals, but what's lacking is those who can maintain their integrity and uphold their principles even in this apocalyptic purgatory. No wonder he became so famous in Wuling later on. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he's also a man of character. Liu Ming couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Since you won't take it for free, consider this blood potion a loan from me. You can return it later. There's more than one altar. The monsters you can find everywhere outside are offerings. Just hunt monsters and sacrifice them at the altar to obtain this item. Go and save them." Liu Ming gave Feng Tang a reason to accept the favor, and also offered some advice on how to utilize the monsters. Knowing he didn't have enough reason to keep the 2 brothers, he could only hope they would remember his kindness and come back for help in the future. "Thank you for your understanding, Senior. My sister is in danger and her life is uncertain. We urgently need to rescue her. We can only repay your kindness later, but I'm sorry I can't accept this." Feng Tang remained stubborn, refusing to accept it, no matter how much Liu Ming persuaded him. He simply hoped that this blood potion would add to the favor and earn the 2 brothers a favor. "Stop talking, take the stuff, and go save them. This stuff has miraculous healing properties. Do you expect to find them gravely wounded and dying when you rescue them, with no one to help? Or do you expect to carry them to the hospital, where the doctors will likely be too trapped in purgatory to save them? Alright, thank you for your kindness. After I save my sister, I'll definitely come and lend a hand to you, Senior, to repay you for saving my life." Hearing this, Feng Tang gritted his teeth, accepted the blood potion, and dragged Feng Ji outside. Feng Tang was a man of true loyalty. He could disregard his own safety and stick to his principles, to refuse the blood potion, but he would never disregard the lives of those he cherished. This was both his strength and weakness, something Liu Ming understood, but couldn't agree with. "Self-interest is what matters most. Self-sacrifice isn't my style," he thought. Watching the 2 Feng brothers gradually walk away, Liu Ming began to reflect on the other 4 divine graces he had just received. 3 Periblus talismans. Level, Grey 1 star value. High description. This is a mysterious talisman that triggers a fiery explosion when thrown. I used it in my past life, and its power is roughly equivalent to that of a grenade. It's quite good, at least significantly more valuable than a blood potion. Gliding boots. Level, Grey 1 star value. Low level rare description. Wearing these increases movement speed by 10%, granting low altitude gliding, and a gliding acceleration. While only a 10% speed increase, the benefits and abilities are worth it, making it a valuable item. Black armor cape. Level, Grey 1 star value. High level rare description. This magical cape is crafted from the toughest and softest underbelly skin of a black crocodile wolf. Weighing less than 3 kilograms, it packs the same defensive power as a suit of plate armor weighing dozens of kilograms. It also grants the abilities of Dark Light Blade and an arrow defense field. Dark Light Blade, the wearer swings the cloak to unleash 12 indiscriminate black light blades, damaging enemies. Each blade can be fired individually, and each has a corrosive effect. Its attack power is comparable to a slashing blow from a strong average-sized sword. Once the blades are depleted, the cooldown is 24 natural hours. Arrow defense field automatically deploys a defense field to block ranged attacks from 3 meters away. Once the field is depleted, it cools down to 3 natural days before recharging. Upon seeing the description of the last divine item, Liu Ming's face lit up with joy, but his ecstasy was quickly tempered by his 10 years of experience. For this black armor cloak alone, even without the other divine items, this sacrifice would be a sure win. It was a supreme divine item of its rank, a high level rarity. In other words, aside from the top tier rares, it was the rarest and most valuable of all the Grey 1 star divine items. As far as he could remember, he had never obtained a high level rarity. Just when he needed a piece of defensive gear, a top quality black armor cloak arrived. No wonder survivors of later generations flocked to the altar master. The 1% increase in power from offering divine grace was truly remarkable. I must clear out the 3 buildings as soon as possible. This is the location of my altar, my home base. I can't afford to lose it, Liu Ming thought. After donning his full set of gear, he confidently addressed a dwarf who was fuming over not getting any good items. Garlin, let's go. Let's keep hunting for sacrifices. I'll try to get you a demon hunting device with the next sacrifice. Stingy human. If you don't return the good stuff to Ago next time, I'll go on strike. The still sulking Ago hurriedly shouldered his warhammer and shouted in dissatisfaction as he followed Liu Ming's retreating figure. Chapter 11, Brutal Purge. Residents of 3 buildings, Part 2. Is anyone home? I'm here to get rid of the monsters. Starting from the 2nd floor, Liu Ming knocked on every door he passed. Most people would respond if someone inside heard the noise, but monsters would also be attracted by the noise and roar. He had just knocked on the door of Unit 1 on the 2nd floor when a low roar echoed from within. Great, a good start. Garlin, break it down. The dwarf swung his sledgehammer and smashed the security door open in just a few blows, prompting Liu Ming to complain about Garlin's incredible strength and the door's fragility. Upon entering, he saw a hideous cannibal corpse in a white shirt, sprawled on the living room floor, frantically tearing at the corpse of a woman, half of her body missing. Behind the sofa hung a sweet wedding photo of a newlywed couple, and a classic romance film was playing on the living room TV. How ironic. Liu Ming swung his axe, sending the man's head flying, thus putting an end to one of the countless tragedies unfolding in this apocalypse. Then they knocked on the 2nd door, but there was no response. Then the 3rd, the 4th. It took them nearly 40 minutes to clear nearly all of the 40 apartments on the 2nd and 3rd floors, finally reaching the one furthest from the 3rd floor emergency exit. Is anyone home? We are here to clear out the monsters, Liu Ming repeated. Smash it down. Gottering hammered down. Don't smash it. There's someone there. Are you here as government rescue us? A sturdy man opened the door a crack and looked at the 2 men with a half doubt. He couldn't be blamed. After all, the sight of Liu Ming, now covered in blood, and the shredded flesh and brains on his dwarven hammer, was a bit unsettling for anyone. No, we are sent by the M78 Nebula to save humanity. Liu Ming, always somewhat scornful of the idea of pinning one's hopes of survival on others even at the end of the world, made a sarcastic remark and turned to prepare to continue clearing the 4th floor with gobbering. There were 26 floors in the building, and they hoped to finish a small portion before nightfall. What's the M78 Nebula? The man seemed quite naive, not registering Liu Ming's sarcasm. Dad, the M78 Nebula is Ultraman's home, a childish voice boomed from inside the door. The sturdy man's face suddenly flushed, realizing the person before him was mocking him. Excuse me, brother. Monsters are everywhere right now, and I'm desperate, hoping the government will come to my rescue. Don't mind. You're covered in blood, so you must have killed a lot of monsters. You've worked hard. Come in and have a seat and some water. The man sincere in a monologue eased Liu Ming's expression slightly. This was the first time anyone had invited him inside one of the 40 households in the 2-story building, aside from those left with only corpses, monsters, or no one home. No thanks, we still have to clear this building of monsters. Brother, are you a folk expert? This monster is tough to deal with. The sturdy man looked surprised and flung the door wide open, causing Liu Ming to look at the scene inside with a flicker of surprise. The corpse of a massive mutant dog lay halfway in the bathroom, the other half protruding from the living room due to its size. A Mitsubishi bayonet, still dripping blood, rested against the bathroom door. Did you kill it? Liu Ming asked. He saw the man's right arm was wrapped in a makeshift tourniquet made from his shirt sleeve. Blood was slowly seeping out, revealing a serious injury. He hadn't seen it clearly when he opened the door with his left hand. Yes, I bought this Rottweiler when my son was only 2 years old. He lived with us for 3 years and became like a member of our family. If it hadn't turned into a monster and devoured anyone, I'd be afraid it would have hurt my son and I wouldn't have had the heart to do it, the man replied, sighing sadly. Your injuries? Liu Ming was somewhat dismissive of his grief. In the apocalypse, not to mention those who kill mutant pets, there were countless people who killed their own mutant family members to save their own lives. But he still asked about the man's injuries. Brother, I see you have scars on your body too. My injuries won't turn you into a monster, like in the movies, will they? You won't be able to deal with me, will you? The man pulled his chubby curious son back and spoke cautiously, clearly misunderstanding Liu Ming's intentions. Of course these injuries won't mutate. That's all nonsense in the movies. I'm asking if your injuries are serious. This medicine is effective at stopping bleeding. Trust me, I'll pour some on the wound. Liu Ming explained, handing over the blood solution test tube. Before Liu Ming could finish, the man immediately ripped open the bandage, poured some out, and smeared it on the wound. Damn it, don't give me too much. Seeing the man wipe away a quarter of the test tube of blood solution, Liu Ming cursed and immediately snatched it away. Seeing the horrific wound on his arm, deep enough to see the bone, stagnating and scabbing at a visible speed, the man was shocked. Brother, you're truly a skilled civilian. The military's special medicine isn't even half as effective. I, Marjan, am indebted to you today. From now on, if you need anything, just call me. After chatting with this man named Marjan for a while, I got to know him. He was a veteran who had been out of the army for several years. He had once served in the Sharp Knife Company of the Border Defense Force, and had even earned first-class merit during a border drug interdiction mission. Later, he married and had children, and then chose to retire. His outstanding contributions to the unit had earned him a position with his superiors, who assigned him to a police officer position after returning. However, due to his lack of education and his straightforward character, he couldn't stand the corrupt practices of the police officers, who took bribes and confused right and wrong. He was forced out of the force after only 2 years and became a street auxiliary. His once loving wife, under pressure and upheaval, divorced him, and he now lives alone with his child. But his former knife's formidable close combat skills hadn't faded with the passage of time. Instead, they had become even more sophisticated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to slay the mutant dog, whose strength was barely inferior to the swift mutant that had nearly cornered him. Of course, the physical prowess of the former knives wasn't comparable to that of a retard like him, but the fact that he had managed to finish off the mutant dog without sustaining a fatal wound was a testament to his prowess. He had nearly died in that fight, and that's what had inspired Liu Ming to befriend and treat its wounds. At the entrance to the 5th floor fire escape, an axe swung out, cleaving a wandering cannibal corpse. Liu Ming and Ma Jun parted ways and began to clear the monsters upstairs. Suddenly, Liu Ming pulled Goring behind the stairwell door and watched as footsteps rustled down the hallway behind him. Ma Jun, holding a Mitsubishi bayonet, quietly approached. "Why are you here? Where's your son?" Liu Ming, bewildered after the false alarm, asked. How could he safely leave a 5-year-old child alone in a house with the hideous corpse of a monster inside? "Brother, didn't you say there were still people alive in Unit 6? I've owned this house for years, and the elderly couple are old neighbors I know well. I'm entrusting Donja to their care," Ma Jun said generously. Donja was the nickname of his son, Ma Yandang. "Then why didn't you protect them instead of coming to me?" Liu Ming's confusion grew. "Brother, you two are all alone, without families to support or anyone to rescue, yet you unhesitatingly pick up axes and sledgehammers to kill monsters and save people. With such righteousness, shouldn't I, a former soldier with a Mitsubishi bayonet, fight alongside you?" Ma Jun replied enthusiastically. "Okay, then join us in killing monsters." Liu Ming smiled and patted Ma Jun's shoulder in recognition and welcome. In fact, he really wanted to tell the other party directly, "I kill monsters for the sake of saving people. I just want sacrifices and to become stronger." However, he was afraid that being too direct would scare away this ordinary person with an extremely high fighting power. In the end, he decided to go with the flow and let him get on his ship first, and then give him some divine grace when the time comes, so that he wouldn't be afraid that he would not be on the same page with him. Chapter 12 Horror Kitchen, Huge Harvest. With the added assistance, Liu Ming and his team significantly sped up their monster clearing efforts, clearing a floor of cannibal corpses in an average of 15 minutes. Because it wasn't a weekend, less than half of the building's residents were actually home. Adding in those who had survived the disaster or escaped through the mouths of the dead, the monsters were even fewer. After Garlin smashed down the door, Liu Ming led the way into Unit 4 on the 9th floor. He saw nothing but blood-soaked carpet by the entrance and a few bloody handprints on the door handle and behind it, but no living creatures. "Isn't there movement?" the dwarf Go muttered softly. Liu Ming's nostrils quivered slightly. The almost overwhelming smell of blood lingered in the house, a strange feeling, he thought. He led his men into the living room and, with the end of his axe handle, pushed open the doors to the bathroom and second bedroom, finding them both empty. Then, signaling Ma Jun and Garlin to follow carefully, he kicked open the master bedroom door and rushed in. The room was equally empty. Liu Ming searched the closet and under the bed, but found nothing. Suddenly, as he stepped out of the bedroom door, Liu Ming was caught by the arc of light refracted by the liquid. He paused to ask Ma Jun to turn on the living room light. He saw a small pool of fresh blood extending from the coffee table. The blood wasn't dense, and because the house wasn't facing the sun, it hadn't been noticed until now. Following the direction of the blood, he found the kitchen. Suddenly, the sound of chewing bones was heard, sending a chill through Ma Jun. Liu Ming waved for them to follow him, and pushed open the half-open kitchen glass door. A horrifying scene unfolded before everyone. A massive monster, 2 times larger than the previous swift mutant, its head already touching the kitchen ceiling at a height of 2.45 meters, was placing a mutilated, vaguely humanoid corpse on the chopping board beside the kitchen sink. Blood dripped, staining the entire kitchen floor like a layer of red paint. The monster, with its palms as large as a palm leaf fan, tore off the corpse's ribs and tendons like roast duck, chewing slowly with its bloody mouth, oblivious to the uninvited intruder. Power mutant. Goring, prepare for defense. Ma Jun, stay back and wait. Don't let the mutant grab you. If it grabs you, you'll be torn in two in an instant, and no one can save you, Liu Ming instructed solemnly. He was secretly annoyed. Just over 2 hours ago, he had encountered an extremely formidable swift mutant, and now a rarer and more formidable pure power mutant had appeared. Especially in this cramped room, it was its home turf, possessing terrifying strength. Hearing this, Goring charged forward, hammer in hand. The monster, roughly the same size as those stinking ogres, looked ferocious and formidable. proving no formidable opponent. Goring's face grew serious, his face on full alert. The monster, chewing the last scrap of meat in its hand into its stomach, suddenly moved. Its arms, as thick as elephant legs, lashed out like two giant pythons, attacking Goring and Liu Ming. The power type mutant's movement wasn't fast, but that didn't mean its attacks were slow. The instantaneous attack sent Marjan reeling before the ferocious monster, still gorging in terror, appeared before his group. Before he could react, two newly acquainted folk masters, one wielding an axe and the other a hammer, blocked the ferocious blow. However, they were also sent flying from the kitchen by the monster's stunning blow. Goring, are you okay? Liu Ming expressed concern that the dwarf next to him might be unable to stop the attack and implicate him. Watch your side, weakling human. I see you're about to vomit blood, Goring sneered. Blocking the blow was indeed a struggle for Liu Ming. He mobilized all his strength, his blood surging, his face flushed, his veins bulging. Although his class evolution granted him 3 times the strength of an average human, he still lacked the strength of a warrior of his level, let alone this pure strength monster whose power rivaled that of a D-rank warrior. Marjan, let's work together to hold off the monster. You take this opportunity to strike him a few times. Be careful to hit the head, as other vital areas aren't lethal, Liu Ming warned, steadying himself as he fell back, before charging forward with the dwarf. Due to the cramped space, he couldn't hurt the monster without blocking it head-on. Without a restraining force, he would be torn apart by its pillar-like arms if he approached. Therefore, he had to confront it head-on. Each time they blocked the monster's attack head-on, they were sent flying back. However, Marjan displayed his true swordsman prowess, leaping up in time to deliver a few stabs above the monster's neck, then dodging before the creature could react. This repeated pattern, as the wounds on its head and neck grew more numerous, the monster grew increasingly frantic, its attacks intensifying, putting Liu Ming and the others under increasing pressure. By this point, Liu Ming's arms were numb from blocking the monster's power. The monster's strength was simply too much for him to withstand. Had Garlin not utilized his race's unique endurance, tenacity, and strength to block more than half of the power mutant's attacks, he would have been exhausted after just a few hits. Garlin, can you withstand 2 attacks from the monster alone? Liu Ming asked telepathically. Yes, but if you can't defeat it after 2 hits, I'm going to flee. Don't blame me if you die, Garlin replied, gritting his teeth, clearly indicating his intention to flee. Liu Ming nodded, swung his axe fiercely, and instantly telepathically addressed Marjan. Marjan, follow my lead, and attack from both sides. A familiar voice echoed in his mind, and Marjan's face lit up with surprise. But before he could pause, he and Liu Ming, armed with their Mitsubishi bayonets, immediately surrounded the power monster from both sides. The monster's 7th attack didn't change even as Liu Ming gave up resistance, hammering down hard on the lone dwarf standing in its way. The dwarf was now like a child wielding a sledgehammer against an invincible giant. The scene was quite dramatic. As the monster's attack descended, Goring stood planted in the ground like a boulder, refusing to budge. The crushing impact shattered the floor tiles beneath his feet. Unmovable as a mountain, a unique ability unique to dwarf warriors, allowing them to harness the power of the earth like a rock, blocking attacks. At that moment, Liu Ming and his companions attacked as expected. Marjan's bayonet pierced the monster's eye socket, while Liu Ming struck the back of its head with an axe, slicing half its cerebellum, and sending milky white brain juice splattering all over the living room wall. The monster roared with unparalleled fury, its arms erupting with terrifying strength, ready to smash down on the 2 who had inflicted its heavy wounds. The dwarf, however, quickly switched defense and struck the monster's head with his warhammer. A solid hit on the monster would have surely resulted in a headshot, but the attack was forced to redirect midair, striking Goring. Goring, still swinging his hammer, was whipped back by the 2 arms, hanging like a statue against the wall. Liu Ming and his cavalry swooped in, their bayonet piercing the monster's neck, a bloody hole the size of a fist and finger. Following suit, a fierce blow from the axe cleaved off its massive head. As the monster's body collapsed to the ground, Marjan advanced and delivered a few more vicious blows. The monster struggled for a moment before finally dying. Only then did the 2 remember the poor dwarf who had been sent flying. They pulled him out of the wall, only to see him leave a faint human-shaped imprint on the concrete. Damn human. You've nearly killed your uncle ago. A monster as powerful as an ogre, yet you tried to crush a mid-dwarf like me, a minor, to death. Ahem. The dwarf, Garlin, spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and cursed fiercely. Seeing the dwarf still able to curse, Liu Ming felt a pang of relief. This was his mainstay of combat power, and he couldn't afford to lose it. He poured the blood potion into the dwarf's mouth, feeling a pang of guilt. If he hadn't sent Garlin to block the attack, he wouldn't have been seriously injured, saving us from the monster's final attack. Drink it quickly. I'll give you something good after you sacrifice this monster's corpse. You're trying to kill your uncle ago. You vicious human. This potion is for topical use, not ingestion. Garlin was astute, remembering the moment he saw Marjan apply the blood potion. Ignoring Ago's complaints, Liu Ming pinched the dwarf's nose and forced the blood potion down his throat. After a few struggles, the dwarf relaxed. Very good, damned human, you didn't harm your uncle Ago. Ago feels warm all over, and it seems he stopped coughing up blood. Of course, this medicine can be taken internally to heal injuries, Liu Ming replied absent-mindedly, his gaze shifting from the dwarf to the massive form at his feet. With hundreds of cannibal corpses sacrificed on the 8th floor, plus this powerful mutant, he felt that, while this battle was dangerous, it would also be highly rewarding. Chapter 13, King Ming's Secret Book, Key Cultivation. Standing inside the room, they could see through the window that it was already late, and the 3 men were nearly exhausted. In their current state, if they encountered another mutant, the outcome would be unpredictable. So, after Liu Ming and the other 2 finished clearing the 9th floor, they decided to head downstairs to rest and prepare to sacrifice all the hundreds of sacrifices. Because the elevator was out of service, they had to carry the sacrifices by stairs. By the time they had dragged the last one to the 1st floor, they were exhausted and sweating. Marjan, don't be surprised by what you see later. I'll tell you later, Liu Ming said, stepping into the altar. A beam of light illuminated the elevator hall, dimmed by the lights from the previous fierce fight. The light gradually enveloped the offerings stacked throughout the hallway, enveloping Marjan and Garlin, who remained within the barrier. This is the altar. Before the catastrophe, I was just an ordinary person. It was here that I acquired my skills, and I became the master of this altar, Liu Ming explained to the stunned Marjun. As for Garlin, he already knew the secret of the altar sacrifices. Sacrificial spirits, sacrifice all, he commanded, turning to the slowly emerging altar spirit. After 3 or 4 minutes, hundreds of offerings, including a mutant dog and a pure power mutant, transformed into dazzling streaks of light and vanished into the void. Then, like an hourglass, more than a dozen divine grace balls of light slowly materialized before Liu Ming and the other 2's eyes. Good, very good, excellent, Liu Ming exclaimed with immense satisfaction as each divine grace looked over. He threw a ball of light representing a rune-shaped dwarven warhammer toward the dwarf Gorin, and transferred the use of a divine grace containing a bloodline potion to Marjun. Within the altar's sacrificial barrier, divine grace could not be taken away, only transferred. Any attempt to steal it would be subject to the barrier's laws. What happened outside the barrier was beyond the control of the altar, which was why many people in previous lives would immediately use valuable items before the barrier dissipated. The 2 recipients of divine grace were thrilled. Runed Dwarven Warhammer, level, grey 1-star value, intermediate rare description. This heavy warhammer, forged by the Runed Dwarves, possesses both armor piercing and shocking abilities. Armor piercing and shocking abilities are imbued by the mysterious runes inscribed on the hammer, imbuing it with powerful armor piercing and shocking abilities. The armor piercing effect can shatter even half a foot of full body armor, while the shock effect can penetrate even 1 meter of average sized steel and injure an enemy. There is a 10-minute cooldown after every 3 hits. Concussion. Each attack of the hammer has a built-in concussion effect, with a 10% chance to stun the target for 1 to 2 seconds. The dwarf retrieved the hammer from the ball of light, a look of great joy on his face. Liu Ming generously gave him this exquisite little piece of equipment, after noticing the dwarf's brass hammer, dented and battered from repeated violent blows. The other divine favor was the barbarian bloodline potion, a low-level, rare item. It was given to Ma Jun based on his robust physique, 1.89 meters, impressive skills, and sharp combat instincts. The Barbarian Bloodline Potion grants the user a portion of the Barbarian's bloodline and specialties. After using it, Ma Jun's strength would likely be comparable to that of an F-rank warrior, and he might even gain one of the Barbarian's innate abilities, such as Trample, Rage, and Roar. Brother, will I turn into a monster after I use this? Ma Jun said, holding the dark yellow test tube with a troubled expression. Of course not. Drinking this will only grant you a certain bloodline power, not a 2-meter tall, hairy barbarian. Liu Ming shook his head, signaling that it was safe to consume. Hearing this, Ma Jun gulped the potion. He hadn't hesitated, since receiving the healing potion from Liu Ming. His poverty wouldn't benefit him in the slightest. As soon as the potion was consumed, a sudden warmth surged through his stomach, permeating his blood vessels, and into his entire body. A surge of strength surged through his body like a tide. By this time, the light curtain had vanished. Ma Jun punched the wall beside him. With a rumbling sound, the entire stairwell shed a layer of dusty wall dust, showering it on Liu Ming's head. Sorry, brother, I suddenly lost control. This thing is amazing. I feel like I've suddenly become the Hulk, capable of tearing through an entire building. Ma Jun chuckled sheepishly. With a wave of his hand, Liu Ming excitedly gazed at the other 9 divine favors piled before him. To be precise, 3 of the 9 divine favors had excited him so much. Humanoid Guardian, Grey 1-star advanced, a war puppet used to guard a designated location. Once deployed, it remains immovable. When not in combat, it stands guard like a stone sculpture. If a creature enters its range without its owner's permission, it transforms into a giant over 3 meters tall and rips them apart. Placing these guardians around the altar would temporarily relieve Liu Ming from the worry of competition for control of the altar. Bloodthirsty Sawtooth Vine Seed, Grey 1-star low-level rare, the seed of a ferocious bloodthirsty plant. By feeding on the blood of powerful creatures, it grows into a terrifying predator, capable of being tamed with the first drop of blood. Cultivating it as a trump card can deliver a surprising and devastating blow to the enemy in battle. King Ming's Secret Book, Grey Volume, a secret method for cultivating Yuan Qi. Mastering it unlocks the secrets of Yuan Qi. Liu Ming was most excited about this King Ming's Secret Book. What is Yuan Qi cultivation? Besides evolving divine grace, there's only one way for professionals to advance: cultivating Yuan Qi. However, cultivating Yuan Qi isn't something anyone can do. Humans aren't born with the innate ability to cultivate it. Cultivating Yuan Qi requires opening up a sixth sense, beyond smell, hearing, touch, vision, and taste. Otherwise, it's impossible to perceive Yuan Qi, let alone cultivate it. The secret method described in the King Ming Secret Book is a special divine grace that allows one to unlock this sixth sense. In his previous life, he had received a secret divine grace during the 6th year of the apocalypse and embarked on the path of Yuan Qi cultivation. He hadn't expected to be able to access Yuan Qi so quickly in this life. With the exception of a few exceptionally lucky individuals who had gained the divine grace of evolution along the way, all the top human beings of later generations were masters of Yuan Qi cultivation. He suppressed his excitement, placed the humanoid guardian before the altar, and instructed it to expel anyone who approached, or attack anyone who intruded. Then, Liu Ming led Goring towards Ma Jun's home. He didn't plan to continue hunting for sacrifices today. He was eager to find a quiet place, to activate his 6th dimensional perception, and begin cultivating Yuan Qi. Ma Jun brought his son back to the 4th floor. His house had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. He had each given them a bedroom, and then he and his son entered the master bedroom. "You sit," Liu Ming muttered to himself, sitting cross-legged on the bed in Ma Jun's guest room, gazing at the dark green booklet. The dark green booklet transformed into a beam of light, shooting towards Liu Ming's brow. He suddenly felt a sea of multicolored pigment surge towards him. He was enveloped by alternating sensations of hot and cold, and strange smells filled his nostrils. A cacophony of sounds gave him a splitting headache, and a myriad of bizarre flavors blossomed in his taste buds. In the next moment, a mysterious realm seemed to unfold within Liu Ming's mind. His world began to grow ever more vibrant. The texture of the wood represented by the wooden bed beneath him, the metal of the window frames, the earth and stone of the thick walls, the heat of his body, the water of his blood, and the air he breathed, instantly flooded Liu Ming's visual world with a riot of color. The sensations of these air currents, seen in the sixth dimensional perception, are the core of yuan qi cultivation yuan shi. The true secret of yuan qi cultivation lies in transforming these yuan qi into yuan qi, harnessing their power for personal use. The King Ming secret book records a secret method for cultivating King Ming yuan qi. The protagonist's first dragon pet will appear in the next chapter. The dragon pet said, "Sorry for the long wait, protagonist." Chapter 14, Conquering the Dragon Pet, Targeting Siam. Liu Ming sat in his room, the darkness thickening outside. Intermittent bursts of desperate screams and inhuman howls echoed. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, a night of death. However, the surviving residents of the third building below the 9th floor had enjoyed a rare night of peace, as the monsters on the 9th floor had been completely purged, becoming sacrifices in Liu Ming's hands. King Ming Yuan Qi, with its water and wood attributes, possessed three properties: heaviness, lingering, and corrosive. Its profound essences could be transformed into abilities such as King Ming arrows, King giant thorns, mythical touch, and mythical hands. Liu Ming practiced the King Ming secret book for most of the night, combining his memories of yuan qi cultivation with a thorough understanding of its core principles. His analysis revealed that the yuan qi of the King Ming secret book was significantly higher than the Mohan secret book he would later cultivate. It possessed one more characteristic than the Mohan yuan qi, and the yuan qi's profound essences could also be more diverse. Its purity was also far greater. Just as he was immersed in his yuan qi cultivation, transforming strands of his blood, qi, and other vital energies into yuan qi closer to its source, a dark figure suddenly flew past his window like a fleeting swift. Liu Ming leaped from his bed and rushed to the window. Outside, he saw a nimble figure, the size of a tigress, clutching a massive mutant rat in its jaws. Using the upper balcony for leverage, it leaped 2 or 3 stories high, spanning 8 or 9 meters. In the moonlight, Liu Ming could clearly discern the mysterious creature's distinctive form. Its torso was covered in grayish-white fur, its head was elongated and wedge-shaped, its legs were covered in fine black fur, and it had a dark, feline face. Large, pointed ears, and a slender, muscular, and angular body. Wasn't that a Siamese cat? His landlords, the elderly couple, had one, and he saw it every time he went to pay the rent. I didn't expect anyone in this neighborhood to be feeding a beast, and one that's grown this large. Seeing that it preys on mutant rats instead of humans, I know it's an evolved creature, not a mutant dog. Mutated monsters prefer humans, hence the name man-eating corpse. Liu Ming braced himself against the wall and half leaned out the window, watching the giant Siamese cat leap several stories, reaching nearly the 20th floor, before hopping onto the balcony. Finally, I've encountered an evolved beast. I'll meet you tomorrow and see if I can tame it. He felt a surge of excitement at the thought of his profession as a dragon keeper. He wondered if his abilities, including dragon vein evolution and dragon bloodline transformation, would be effective upon taming this evolved beast. Without a pet dragon, a dragon keeper's true combat power might be no greater than that of the dwarf Gorin, who had acquired new equipment, or Marjan, who had acquired barbarian blood. After today, there are only 2 days left. A sudden sense of urgency washed over him as he considered that the first day of the catastrophe had passed, and that even more terrifying monsters would begin to descend upon the world in 2 days. The next day, everyone rose early, each enjoying a bowl of egg noodles, before sending Marjan's son to the elderly couple to prepare for the next round of clearing and hunting. The egg noodles are pretty good. Liu Ming complimented Marjan's cooking skills as they made their way up to the still uncleared 9th floor. He looked incredibly large, yet his egg noodles were surprisingly delicious. Ha ha ha, Marjan chuckled, scratching his head. Reaching the 10th floor, the two men, their strength greatly increased, were noticeably more swift in clearing out the monsters. The dwarf Gorin's warhammer, in particular, with 2 blows, under its passive concussion effect, completely shattered the security door that would have taken 3 or 4 to break open, sending it flying from its frame. Gorin's old warhammer was already at Marjan's house, and Marjan's bayonet, transformed from a sharp dagger into a deadly weapon, guaranteed to bring down a cannibal corpse with just 2 strikes. Even with their incredible speed, the sun was already high in the sky, approaching noon, by the time they reached the balcony between the 17th and 20th floors, where Liu Ming had remembered the giant Siamese cat leaping. The 17th floor was cleared, but no Siamese cats were found. The 18th floor too was empty. It's either the 19th or the 20th floor. Suddenly, a loud cry, like a child's cry, echoed from the upper floors. Liu Ming, excited, rushed up with the other 2. He had heard this cry many times at his landlord's house. It was the distinctive meow of a Siamese cat. The 3 of them reached the 19th floor and saw that the door of the house marked 19-7 had been smashed open by the cannibal corpses that had swarmed the hallway. Through the gap in the swarm, a massive creature could be seen inside, desperately fending off the zombies' attacks. The creature proved incredibly formidable against the zombies' relentless onslaught, its teeth and claws slashing at vital areas like the neck and head. A layer of headless monsters gradually piled up inside the door. Excellent, very strong. Liu Ming exulted. This evolved beast was definitely quite powerful. Fighting so many cannibal corpses alone, it held its own. It must be at least a first order F-level creature. Although his experience as a trainer told him it was best to wait, rescuing the Siamese cat, when it gave out, in order to tame it. Liu Ming feared that, if he arrived too late, this newly encountered evolved beast would die in the zombies' clutches. With a single call, he led the 2 men behind him, and plunged into the zombie horde like a sharp knife. Clad in black armor and a cloak, he ignored the bites of ordinary cannibals, and took the lead, wielding his axe to smash the monsters blocking his path. A moment later, the 3 of them had fought their way through the crowded hallway. Entering the door, they saw the Siamese cat, battered and bruised by monsters, with the motionless headless bodies of nearly 10 cannibals piled before it. Good boy, 1 against 10. With what he considered a kind smile, Liu Ming was about to approach his beloved prey. Seeing the stranger approach, the Siamese cat's fur suddenly stood on end. With a threatening growl at Liu Ming, it turned and walked into the master bedroom. Bang! Its long, black tail swept the door shut. Are you leaving all the sacrifices for me? The little one is quite naughty. After a pause, Liu Ming turned with a sinister grin and charged at the cannibal corpses that had rushed into the hallway, spurred on by the sight of the living and the blood. Blood splattered everywhere, and the flashes of axes, hammers, and knife marks spread throughout the narrow room. After the group finished dispatching the monsters, they pushed open the door and entered the bedroom, stunned by the scene inside. They saw a giant Siamese cat, the size of a full-grown leopard, lying beside a silent old woman like a normal house cat, its pointed head occasionally nuzzling into her arms like a child's playful behavior. The 3 of them had no idea what had happened to the woman, who lay already dead in bed. Perhaps she had been frightened to death by the monsters that had entered after the disaster, or perhaps she had suffered a relapse. But the Siamese cat, so ferocious just now whimpered like a wounded and lonely child in the shadows of the curtains. Seeing its eyes gleaming brightly, everyone felt a pang of pain. Tiptoeing towards the Siamese cat, Liu Ming glanced at the old woman's remains. With a gentleness neither Goring nor Marjan had witnessed, he asked, "Have you been guarding your master for long? She must have passed away before you reached this size." His words shocked Marjan, and he sniffed. Sure enough, he could smell the stench of a corpse. Experience told him it wasn't the scent of someone who had been dead just 3 or 5 days. With the speed of the giant cat, it could have escaped, even if it couldn't stop the cannibal corpse. Was it lingering there to protect its master? If even cats act like this, how can humans stand to suffer? Marjan sighed, his heart aching as he thought of his wife, who had abandoned her family and children and left him. The dead are the greatest. You can't just keep guarding her and let her body rot and stink. I'll help you bury her. The dead deserve to be buried in peace, Liu Ming said to the Siamese cat with the gentleness of a child. The Siamese cat suddenly erupted in fur, lunging at Liu Ming so fast that the 3 of them could barely grasp its form, only its afterimage visible. Its razor-sharp claws scratched Liu Ming's left cheek, leaving deep bloody marks and nearly disfiguring him. While Liu Ming, couldn't match the Siamese cat's lightning speed. He had a chance to dodge its attacks. However, he made no attempt to block them, like a forgiving father letting a naughty child take his delicate hand and smack it. Ungrateful beast. Seeing his summoner scratched, Gorin roared in Dwarven, charging forward and ready to kick the Siamese cat in the soft underbelly. A solid kick from the immensely powerful dwarf would surely injure the Siamese cat. Liu Ming intervened, saying, "Gorin, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Strange, stupid human. I don't care if you live or die." Seeing Liu Ming's refusal, the dwarf stormed out the door in anger. At that moment, the Siamese cat, like a child who had done something wrong, threw itself beside the old woman's bed, weeping and whimpering with a mournful whimper. "I know you miss her dearly." Liu Ming dropped his bloody axe, stepped forward, half knelt on the floor, and gently cradled the Siamese cat's warm head with his one arm. The Siamese cat offered no resistance. "But she's gone. You must live well. Your master will be pleased. Otherwise, she'll only be heartbroken." Liu Ming, unwilling to see the evolved beast wallow in the pain of losing its master, softly offered solace. "The creature before you is willing to enter into a contract with you. Will you take the initiative?" A message suddenly occurred to Liu Ming's mind. "Yes." Liu Ming answered with unwavering certainty. While Liu Ming was delighted by the Siamese cat's sudden desire to enter into a contract, the ecstasy that should have filled his heart was extinguished by the overwhelming sadness that washed over him. He could do nothing about it. The dead cannot be resurrected, and no era can change that. He could only hold the Siamese cat's furry head tightly in his arms. Liu Ming preferred and trusted his beast pets more than humans, even though he didn't yet fully trust Goring and Ma Jun. I remember a famous beast trainer from later generations once saying, "In this world, you're just one person, but in the eyes of your beast pet, you're the world." Emotional bonds, far more than slavery, can unleash a beast pet's full potential. It was this kind of equal treatment, and treating his beast pets like companions, that earned the sworn loyalty and life or death companionship of several powerful creatures. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Fierce Beast Sumi, Scaled Cat Attacks. Just as Liu Ming silently chanted the word conclude, an invisible current suddenly swirled through the empty room, a glimmer of starlight light appearing within. A vast godlike consciousness emerged within the confined space. This consciousness, carrying with it tiny specks of starlight, rushed into the Siamese cat in Liu Ming's arms. The cat let out a low painful growl, its entire body suddenly swelling. Its muscular structure instantly bulged, and it managed to break free from Liu Ming's embrace. Within the dazzling light, the Siamese cat's body could be vaguely seen growing larger as the starlight merged, expanding from the size of a female tigress to the size of a full-grown male Siberian tiger. Its slender body, bulging with muscle, appeared even more powerful yet gracefully proportioned. Its grey, white and black fur gradually transformed into pure white and deep black, appearing even more divine. Its dark cheeks sprouted delicate black scales, like black crystal, resembling an elegant gentleman about to attend a masquerade ball. The back of its head also sprouted patches of black jade scales, effectively protecting its brain. Its back and abdomen were covered in black scales, and its slender tail, covered in grey-black fur, had become a heavy steel whip. Its forepaws were also armored, and the claws on its paw pads gradually grew sharp and broad like dragon claws. As the overwhelming consciousness that had nearly suffocated Marjan with its aura slowly receded, the Siamese cat's form emerged from the light. The Siamese cat now transformed into a completely different species, a majestic figure resembling a gigantic Siberian tiger. Its black scaled tail whip smacked the ground, shattering tiles and scattering rubble. Its vital parts were covered in translucent black crystal scales, exuding elegance, mystery, and power. Liu Ming could already observe the Siamese cat's state. Insight. Name: Siamese scaled cat. Dragon breed. Leader. Power level: 1st stage E rank potential. 2nd stage S rank abilities: hide, shadow strike, dragon breath talents, command, camouflage, speed specialties, leadership, agility, burst, stealth. Is this the power of Dragon Vein evolution? When signing a contract, the Dragon Keeper will proactively allow the contracted creature to complete a Dragon Vein evolution, and the evolved Siamese cat is naturally included in this process. However, Liu Ming never expected the Dragon Vein evolution's power to be so astonishing. It imbued a common evolved creature, the Siamese cat, with pure dragon bloodline, allowing it to directly evolve into one of the most powerful creatures, a dragon breed. Dragon Vein evolution even allowed a Siamese cat, originally only at first stage F rank, to directly evolve into an E rank evolved beast. Liu Ming was well aware of the implications of possessing an E rank evolved beast on the second day of the apocalypse. This meant he could hunt sacrificial animals with impunity, no longer needing to be cautious. Even encountering a few mutant cannibal corpses would be completely safe. Moreover, when the Siamese cat evolved into a scaly cat, Liu Ming could clearly feel a mysterious force surge from his heart to every part of his body, his strength rapidly increasing with each powerful beat of his heart. This must be the power of Dragon Vein enhancement. High-level dragon breeders are truly remarkable. Liu Ming still remembered the description of the Dragon Vein enhancement perk. With each additional dragon pet, the dragon breeder's Dragon Vein enhancement rate doubled. After evolving, the Siamese scaly cat seemed even closer to Liu Ming, its large head nuzzling towards him affectionately. "Let's bury her," Liu Ming whispered. "Okay," a slightly childish voice echoed in Liu Ming's heart, tinged with sadness and melancholy. "Is it you?" Liu Ming, startled by the sudden voice, quickly looked towards the scaly cat and asked. "Yes, new master," the childish voice echoed again. "What's your name?" Knowing the cat was communicating directly with him, Liu Ming confirmed that this was his communication skill at work. Unlike telepathy, this was a direct vocal communication from within his heart. He suddenly remembered that he didn't know the cat's name yet, and he didn't want to rename his first dragon pet, as it had the right to use its original owner's name. The cat leaped into the other room and brought back a thick photo album. It was filled with photos of the Siamese cat and its former owner, each with a caption beneath it. "With Sumi at the Yuzhou Guanyin Temple. With Sumi at the Linhai Pearl TV Tower. With Sumi at the Lezhou Giant Buddha in Shuchen." Liu Ming could see the deep bond between owner and pet. Sumi nodded, tears streaming down her face. "I'll keep it safe for you, Sumi," Liu Ming promised solemnly. He placed the album in a backpack he'd found in the room and temporarily handed it to Marjan, while he lifted the cold body of Sumi's former owner. After leaving the room, Liu Ming searched the 19th floor thoroughly, but couldn't find any trace of the dwarf Garlin. He couldn't help but wonder, isn't this the first summoner to have to return a summoned creature to its original world because it's lost? Deciding to bury Sumi's original owner first, he had to put Garlin's concerns aside for the time being. Though from the simple dwarven race, Garlin was a rare breed, astute as a goblin. Liu Ming didn't believe he was in trouble. He might be hiding somewhere, enjoying himself. Entering the stairwell, Sumi, whose size was too narrow to navigate due to the stairs being too large, suddenly became several sizes smaller than when he evolved into a scaly cat, the size of a medium to large dog. "Is this your camouflage ability?" Liu Ming asked in surprise. Sumi nodded, following closely behind the two of them. "It's truly a spirit, a demon." "Ah," Marjan whispered in shock. Before he could finish, Sumi lashed Marjan's buttocks with her tail whip, causing him to cry out in pain and jump. Liu Ming stood by with a smile on his face. Marjan had barbarian blood, and his physical fitness was comparable to that of an F-class warrior. Yet, even Sumi, who had been disguised and shrunken, made him cry out in pain. One could only imagine how powerful Sumi was. The two of them and the cat walked into the residential complex and noticed that the number of cannibal corpses had increased unexpectedly. Some had probably escaped from the buildings, while others had wandered in from outside. Before Liu Ming and Marjan could react, Sumi took the lead, transforming into a black and white phantom and charging forward. With a swish, blood splattered everywhere, and the heads of several cannibal corpses near the three main gates fell to the ground. Sumi, unstained by a single drop of blood, landed gently and walked back to Liu Ming's side. Liu Ming continued walking. He remembered the low slope behind the 6th group of the Chengmao Garden neighborhood. It was the most beautiful part of the complex, with a man-made lake and a pavilion nearby. Many people enjoyed strolls there in the summer, to enjoy the cool breeze. He planned to bury Sumi's former owner there, a truly picturesque spot. Sumi easily dispatched the waves of zombies he encountered on the way from the 7th group to the 6th, leaving Marjan and Liu Ming no chance to respond. A powerful swift mutant, lurking in a roadside shop, poised for prey, barely survived 10 seconds after Sumi's disguise was removed and enlarged. Its tail hammer smashed it into the wall of the adjacent shop, its life or death unknown. Seeing the massive human-shaped hole and the crumbling shop sign, Liu Ming and Marjan didn't see the need to finish them off. They encountered numerous monsters along the way, but their overwhelming strength effortlessly crushed them. The two men and the beast reached their destination in less than 10 minutes. P.S. The protagonist's team is growing larger, while the author's team is still traveling alone. I'm grateful to the editor for his generosity, allowing this new work, only 30,000 to 40,000 words, to be signed with the website. The contract has already been mailed, and Feng Shi can now be considered a semi-professional writer. I promise to put even more effort into this book, but seeing the few positive reviews and recommendations, I still feel disappointed. I'll be posting 2 updates a day over the weekend. Chapter 16, Axe Chopping Fat Wolf, Horse Soldiers Rescue Beauty, Part 1. The old woman was buried in the grave Sumi had dug and covered with earth. Liu Ming quickly fashioned a tombstone from a large leafy tree near the grave. He carved the word Sumi's master's tomb with Marjan's bayonet. Finally, Sumi used her sharp claws to make a cat's paw print on the headstone. After a brief ceremony, Sumi, tears welling in her eyes, left the simple grave with her. In the apocalypse, countless bodies perished without a complete body. Only a few were able to rest in peace beneath 3 feet of earth. There was no room for resentment. In his later life, he had also been killed in the wild. His body undoubtedly fed to wild beasts. In comparison, Sumi's former master, having not experienced a natural death in the apocalypse, was considered fortunate. Upon returning to the 7th group community, the two men and the beast's first order of business was to return to Marjan's house. If there was a place Garlin was most likely to go, it was this place, stocked with his favorite drinks. Arriving at Marjan's house, they found it deserted. At the home of the elderly couple where Marjan's son was being cared for, the group inquired about Goring from the old woman. It turned out that after Goring had left in anger, he had come straight to the couple's house for a lavish meal. Knowing the short man who had been with Marjan and Liu Ming, the couple mistook him for an acquaintance who didn't speak Chinese, and so indulged him. But then a phone call startled the couple. Since it was only the 2nd day after the apocalypse, national communications hadn't completely collapsed, and the phone signal was still there, albeit intermittently. The caller was the couple's granddaughter, whose husband and daughter worked at a real estate company across the street from the community. She called in tears, saying her husband had been beaten to death after the disaster, and now the thugs who had killed him had cornered her and a group of female colleagues in an office at the company. This poor girl, already driven mad by the series of drastic changes that had occurred in the 2 short days since the apocalypse, called not for help, but to say goodbye. She was prepared to end her life before the thugs stormed in, crying out that she could no longer repay her grandparents for their kindness. Amidst the elderly couple's gesticulating and desperate pleas, Liu Ming, who had thought the dwarf was incredibly shrewd, led the elderly man, hammer in hand, to rescue them. The old woman stayed home to care for Marjan's son while waiting for Liu Ming to return with details. Idiot. Liu Ming cursed, his face darkening. Yes, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. Our children work away from home all year round, and we only have this one granddaughter. If anything happens to her, we 2 old men would be better off dead. Sob. Seeing Liu Ming's rage, the old woman, assuming that her and her husband's pleas had caused his friend to risk his life, provoked him. The one-armed man's expression suddenly changed from kind to ferocious, startled, and he burst into tears. Liu Ming said nothing, leaving the panicked old woman with Marjan Sumi to rescue them. Saving the old woman's granddaughter wasn't a big deal, but that fool, Goring, had been his first helper since the apocalypse, someone who had fought alongside him before. He couldn't let anything happen to him. A dwarf was already at his limit dealing with 5 or 6 cannibals at once, and judging by what everyone had just experienced, there were at least 100 on the road from the residential complex to the other side of the street. He was simply courting death trying to cross with a common man. Old man, little dwarf, get out. We've taken this place over here. If you don't get out, you'll be fed to the monsters. As the dwarf led the old man across the residential complex to the 12th floor of the real estate company building, they were stopped by several men with yellow and white tattoos. Move aside, let us in, the old man said resolutely, staring the slick men straight in the eye. The powerful force of the short man who had just struck down a monster with a single hammer gave the old man the confidence to face the thugs. You old bastard, you still dare to glare at me? I'll put you in the coffin right now. A burly man in a vest, 2 dragons tattooed on his muscular arms, roared, angered by the old man's glare. Fuck you, old man, you're so arrogant with a shorty. I don't even need Big Dragon to do anything. I'll cripple you. A short yellow-haired man to the man's left rushed out and kicked the old man in the stomach. Puff. Just as the yellow-haired man's kick was about to reach the old man, Garlin, who was standing next to him, jumped up and casually kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying to the ground. Fuck, you still dare to attack me? Kill them. I've already killed 2, so 2 more lives won't matter. Looking for death, old man, shorty. The burly man in the vest and his men, armed with various controlled knives, rushed towards Garlin and the old man. Half a minute later, 3 or 4 people were lying on the ground in a mess. Hellboy, go get some help inside. This is a tough one. Go. The burly man in a vest lying on the ground shouted at the knife-wielding thug who was charging at the rear, but it was too late. All his companions had already fallen to the ground, escaping the attack. Goring stamped on the man's face, silencing his shouts. He was about to pursue and throw his hammer at the man, who had run to report the news. Suddenly, a fireball flew out of the hallway and hit Goring hard on the back of the head. The massive explosion made Goring's mind go blank, and he was instantly blown away, his hammer flying off his hand. Shorty, you're quite good. You beat so many of my men down, leaving me rushing down here with my pants down. A portly man with a fierce face and a face full of flesh emerged from the stairs, holding his pants in one hand and a remnant of orange-red flame in the other. He was followed by 7 or 8 other men, looking quite impressive. Brother Fat Wolf is mighty. Monsters are no match for Brother Fat Wolf. These scumbags will be killed one by one. You're holding Brother Fat Wolf back from training those beauties. 10 lives wouldn't be enough, shorty. The fat man narrowed his eyes in delight at the flattery. Ever since the monsters appeared yesterday, his entire body had been ablaze with heat, and he'd gained the ability to manipulate flames and release fireballs. Then, during the monster attack, he'd taken advantage of the chaos to kill a small-time thug leader who had always been his enemy, thus upgrading from Fat Wolf to Brother Fat Wolf. The one who flattered him the most was the former thug boss. Being the boss is awesome. Those beautiful city girls who used to look down on us thugs in the office, like snakes and scorpions, are now my playthings. The thought of the office beauties filled Fat Wolf's heart. Since killing those 2 fools, the others who tried to resist him have become docile. They were thugs employed by the real estate company to carry out forced demolitions against residents. Just as they were being berated by the company manager for accidentally injuring a holdout tenant during a demolition operation, which was reported in the news, disaster struck. The manager and some of his men transformed into man-eating monsters. Several of them were killed by these thugs, who engaged in daily brawls, and the entire secure area of the company building became their domain. Brother Fat Wolf, I'll tear off the head of that troublemaker for you, a crew-cut man standing next to Fat Wolf said respectfully, wielding a sharp knife. Seeing Fat Wolf nod, he excitedly rushed towards the dwarf Garlin. The old man who tried to stop him was stabbed in the stomach and kicked to the ground, leaving him moaning weakly. The crew-cut man spat a mouthful of thick phlegm in the old man's face and said disdainfully, "You old man, you don't know what's good for you." He slowly walked towards Garlin, about to stab him. Seeing Garlin, already in shock and unable to resist, was about to die under the knife. Whoosh! An axe flew through the office in trance, striking the buzz-cut man with precision. He was at least 40 or 50 meters away, and the axe's speed had diminished over such a distance. He rolled out of the way just in time, but a long, bloody gash still gushed out from his arm. A person who has awakened the natural power. Excellent. Very good. Liu Ming, who had just arrived at the door and saw the fat man with flaming palms, the dwarf lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, and the old man lying in a pool of blood, spoke in a voice so chilling that even Marjan shuddered. PS. First update, 2nd at 7 o'clock. Chapter 17, Axe Chopping Fat Wolf, Horse Soldiers Rescue Beauty, Part 2. Just lost a shorty and an old man, and here comes a cripple. The shaved-headed man, wounded by the sudden axe attack, said fiercely. But seeing the attacker's formidable demeanor, he refrained from attacking, retreating to Fat Wolf and cursing. Liu Ming remained unmoved, merely sneering and glancing at Fat Wolf. The portly man looked familiar. He then approached Gobbering and gave him a blood potion, applying it to the old man's wound, which was still bleeding profusely. Shut up, Pingsy. Brother, don't take my brother's words personally, but your men injured my men, and my men's actions were within the proper order. Fat Wolf reprimanded the shaved-headed man, addressing Liu Ming. Fat Wolf could see the man's impudence before him. In his years of underworld experience, he knew such men were either fools or cunning. This one-armed man, armed with only one man and a cat, daring to challenge so many of his men, his nonchalant attitude clearly indicated the latter. The heavy blow he'd just dealt to the dwarf had also had the effect of surprise. If the sturdy dwarf, who wielded a multi-kilogram hammer as effortless as he could swing a dagger, had faced Liu Ming in close combat, the outcome would have been uncertain. Therefore, he wasn't too forceful in his approach to Liu Ming. Of course I'm not breaking the rules, Liu Ming replied with a sneer. Then, brother, take your men and leave. We'll keep our distance from each other from now on. Fat Wolf could hear the hostility in the man's tone, but he still preferred peace. He wasn't sure he could handle the two men and the cat. The cat, though only the size of a dog, was covered in jade-like scales, resembling a monster and formidable at first glance. And the strength of his own men was evident in the fact that 4 or 5 of them had been knocked down by a single dwarf. Fat Wolf, however, didn't expect the one-armed man to pick up a fallen axe before he could finish his words and charge at him in a flash. He launched a ball of fire from his hands, using the momentum to thrust himself back. With a crackling sound and a splatter of blood, the crew-cut man, whose arm had just been slashed by a flying axe, had his carotid artery severed by another axe, instantly collapsing to the ground. Marjan, take the old man to rescue the people. I'll deal with that fat guy. You can handle the other scumbags, Sumi. Don't let them rush over to attack Gobbering. Liu Ming ordered with a sinister smile, stepping on the crew-cut man's head, which was still open. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force and shot towards the fat guy. The crew-cut man's head, which he used the force to step on, cracked with a puff, and was no longer alive. Grab your weapons and kill them. Don't be a coward. I'll give anyone who shows any fear a huge fireball. Fatty Wolf hid behind his men and launched a fireball at Liu Ming. Don't panic. His ferocity is useless. Brother Fat Wolf is a superpower. With so many of us, we can outlast him. The rabble shouted, their morale, previously flagging at Liu Ming's ferocious prowess, suddenly reviving. Each one, sharp knives in hand, charged at him. But Liu Ming, after subduing Sumi, had undergone a second dragon vein enhancement, significantly boosting his physique to rival that of a warrior. He considered 8 or 9 small-time thugs nothing more than 3 or 4 fearless cannibal corpses. His target wasn't these thugs, but the naturally awakened one. If he could kill him, these thugs would be nothing more than a handful of ragtag henchmen. With a single swift step, he shoulder-shoved 2 knife-wielding attackers, charging at Fat Wolf. Seeing Liu Ming's ferocity, his own men unable to withstand even a single blow, Fat Wolf panicked, hurling fireballs forward and fleeing to the second floor, timid before the fight even began. But Liu Ming dodged the fireball with 2 uncanny steps. He was no dwarf warrior with superior strength but limited agility. He needed at least 10 days or half a month of diligent practice to truly hit the fat man's fireball. Meanwhile, Marjan successfully carried the old man on his back and rushed to the second floor. Sumi, strolling like a cat, attacked the thugs with a whip, grabbing and whipping. These ordinary people couldn't even touch his fur, let alone hurt him. Some of his fierce daggers occasionally nearly stabbed his own men. Feng Yan, any last words? Liu Ming asked with interest, looking at the fat man who had been cornered. He suddenly remembered why he looked familiar. He remembered two prominent figures from the Chengmao Garden in later generations, both top tier 6th level evolvers ranked in the 54th and 63rd levels of the Gancheng. Under their command was a 6th level expert known as the Flame Wolf. If he was right, it must be the fat man in front of him, whom his men called Brother Fat Wolf. That 6th level expert's name was Feng Yan. Fat Wolf was startled to hear his name called out by the one-armed man before him, a ruthless and merciless man with a knack for sneak attacks. Aren't sneak attacks the preserve of us thugs? Brother, do you know me? It's like a flood washing away the Dragon King temple. We've known each other for so long. Let's call a halt now, Fat Wolf exclaimed, reacting. It's you, calling a halt? Okay, Liu Ming smiled. Stop, why? Fat Wolf asked, terrified, clutching his own neck, which had been severed and bleeding profusely, his hand weakly reaching towards Liu Ming. He was dying. He, Tang Tang, a superpowered man, was going to die here, before he could even realize his ambitions in this apocalyptic world. Why? Because I want to kill you, Liu Ming replied with a sneer. But you won't be lonely. I'll send your brother down to keep you company. With that, he charged towards the thugs still battling Sumi. Sumi seemed in no rush to kill them. They were all wounded but not killed. This fat man was still trying to get close to him. It was laughable. Flame Wolf Feng Yan remembered the Chengmao Iron Fist Society, founded by those two powerful figures. In the early days of the apocalypse, this organization's primary activity was around the 7 residential areas of Chengmao Garden. However, this force brought not protection, but brutal bullying and persecution to the 7 residential areas and the surrounding survivors. While those two powerful figures were among the most powerful in the Wuling safe zone, unlike the Feng brothers, they were both brutal and tyrannical. Flame Wolf Feng Yan, as one of the Iron Fist Society's core leaders, was also an accomplice to the evil, his death a cause of disaster. Liu Ming didn't consider himself a good person, but he had his limits and principles. He wouldn't single out anyone, unless it harmed his own interests, and he certainly wouldn't bully ordinary people. But these guys were the scum of post-apocalyptic humanity. The number of survivors killed by them was likely no less than the number of those killed by the cannibals. When Marjan came downstairs, each holding a woman who had committed suicide by slashing her wrists, and was in shock from excessive blood loss, only Liu Ming and Sumi remained in the office. The other 9 thugs, as well as the few who had been knocked unconscious by Gohering, lay dead in a pool of blood. Brother, you've killed so many people, will you be okay? Marjan's voice trembled. Despite killing over a dozen people, Liu Ming remained calm. Although he was only a low-level 3rd level beast tamer 10 years after the apocalypse, and intermediate professionals above the 4th level had not yet been promoted, he had survived 10 years outside the cruel apocalyptic safe zone, meaning he had been responsible for more than 10 deaths. It's not a problem. Times have changed. Killing people in a fit of rage is commonplace now, and no one will care except the victim, Liu Ming replied casually. He believed in Marjan's potential, but if he was a stubborn and inflexible person who couldn't be used for his own benefit, there was no need to waste more resources on him. Brother, I didn't mean anything else. Hearing the distant tone in Liu Ming's voice, Marjan hurriedly explained. He was a man who knew how to repay his gratitude. He knew clearly who had given him his strength. Moreover, in this precarious apocalypse, following this mysterious and powerful man was clearly a better option than seeking other paths. Brother, please save these 2 women. When I went up to help them, they had already committed suicide, to prevent these damned bastards from causing violence. Then he immediately thought of the important matter. After using a blood potion to stop the bleeding of the 2 women, Liu Ming teased, you saved the beauty and 2 more. Congratulations. Marjan shook his head with a wry smile. Liu Ming could be cold and ruthless at times, fierce and gloomy, yet at other times, heroic and humorous, endearing. It was hard to tell which side of him was the real him. P.S. Here's a second update. Feng Shui was out on business and left the manuscript at home, so this one is a little late. I would like to thank Wildru, Wankin, Wanking, and Jifengai Upialing for their recommendation votes. When Fengsha felt that the book was about to fail, the support from the 3 book friends was no less than a timely rain. I will continue with 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 18. Don't keep a useless person. Magic Seal Battle Formation. When Garland slowly regained consciousness from his dizziness, the first thing he saw was Sumi and his now transformed giant head, followed by Liu Ming and Ma Jun. Are you alright, Garlin? As soon as Liu Ming heard you were coming to rescue us, he rushed us over with him. Luckily, we made it in time, Ma Jun asked, seeing him awake. Strange human, Ago is alright. Garlin tilted his head and glanced at Liu Ming with a complicated expression, having never expected to be saved by this ungrateful summoner. Next time you act without thinking, you'll die. Don't expect me to save you a second or third time, Liu Ming raged in mock ferocity. Foolish human, Ago was ambushed. Who knew a fire wizard would suddenly appear? He caught him with a fireball. Otherwise, I would have smashed his bones to pieces. Hearing Liu Ming's scolding, Garlin rolled over, climbed off the ground, and retorted in Dwarven. You're only as clever as a goblin around me, but with everyone else you're just a foolish dwarf with all his brawn. Liu Ming scoffed, ignoring Gotharing's incessant rants, and heading towards the 2 women who had now woken up. Uncle, did you save me? Asked a beautiful woman with long black hair, wearing a white shirt and a tight skirt. Liu Ming sighed inwardly. What a familiar feeling. The last person to call him that was Feng Ji, the younger of the Feng brothers. Isn't it just a stubble? Does it make me look so old? He shook his head and pointed at Ma Jun, saying, it wasn't me, it was him who saved you. Die, die, dead people. The slightly more mature urbane woman with a bob haircut next to him cried out in fear as she turned around and saw the corpses strewn across the floor. Enough yelling. I'll attract the monsters and throw you to them first, Liu Ming threatened. Ah. The woman with the bob haircut quickly covered her mouth. They were all the thugs from before, including the 3 I killed upstairs. They're all dead, Ma Jun explained. This statement brought the 2 women back to their senses. They'd slit their wrists to avoid being assaulted by these scumbags, and now that they were all dead, the joy of their lives outweighed their fear of the corpses strewn across the ground. That long-haired woman is old Han's granddaughter, Han Piaraksu, Ma Jun said to Liu Ming. How many people are upstairs? Liu Ming asked. I didn't count carefully, but I estimate there are hundreds, nearly 1,000 people on the upper floors alone. TSK, 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 nearly 1,000 people, intimidated by a dozen thugs and a fat man with a fire arson, and they didn't dare to resist? Several women had to resort to suicide to protect themselves from being insulted. Liu Ming scoffed. Why didn't he resist? My fiancé was killed because he tried to protect me. Ugh, ha ha. They used his body to feed the cannibals. Upon hearing this, Han Piaraksu cried out in grief and indignation at Liu Ming. That's right. One of my colleagues was also killed by those scumbags who deserve to be chopped to pieces while trying to protect Xiaoxu and me. Even if you saved us, you shouldn't humiliate us like that. The beautiful woman with the bob haircut beside him retorted with a sad look on her face. So what should I say? Praise your bravery or your courage to commit suicide? Nearly 1,000 people could crush these thugs. Even if that fat guy could set fire, how many could he burn? Even if those 2 who dared to resist weren't cowards, what about you? What about your colleagues? You're nothing but fat meat on the cannibal's lips, afraid to resist, and even lacking the courage to commit suicide. Just wait for death. We've saved them. Ma Jun, go up and take old man Han and his granddaughter. Let's go. Liu Ming, in a rare moment of good humor, gave the 2 women a lesson in ideology. Then he turned and felt through all the knives on the thugs' bodies. While they were common, they were much better than kitchen knives and fruit knives. They would be useful for swapping until he got a powerful weapon or for giving to future underlings. Hearing the one-armed man before her, speaking harshly and menacingly, refused to take her with her, the bob-haired beauty visibly panicked and glanced at Han Piaraksu beside her. Han Piaraksu couldn't bear it either. They were not only close friends, but also had a fighting camaraderie that had led to them slashing their wrists together. At least they considered it a fight. It was clear that following the one-armed man would ensure her safety. If she left alone, who knew if her best friend would fall into the hands of another or third fat wolf? Her beauty had become a burden and an encumbrance to them in this apocalyptic world. Even if she didn't fall into their clutches, would those monsters let her go? Why were nearly 1,000 people so hesitant to resist those scumbags? The perceptive woman knew another reason. Only the hardcore, armed thugs dared to fight the monsters. While they occasionally pushed people to the monsters to escape, at least they held off the terrifying monsters, allowing nearly 1,000 people to survive. The thought of his usual boastful self-proclaimed business elites, trembling under their desks, filled him with nausea. Now that all those thugs were dead, the next monster attack would likely transform the safe zone into a living hell and slaughterhouse. So, she could only bite the bullet and say, "Uncle, could you bring my best friend along? She can cook. She even won second prize in a district competition. She can also clean the house, sew, and do laundry. She'll wash your dirty clothes." Hehe, no thanks. I know everything you said. If I can do that, why would I need to bring another mouth and waste food? Liu Ming looked down at the long-haired beauty with a disdainful look. His own cooking skills, honed over the past decade of the apocalypse, were no exception. He had roasted the meat of common evolved creatures, even demonic beasts. Demonic beast meat, in particular, was incredibly fragrant and imbued with spiritual energy that greatly benefited his yuan qi cultivation. Uncle, shut up. Get this. I'm not bringing you along because you're so useful. I'm simply bringing you along because you're Old Man Han's granddaughter. We need Old Man Han and his wife to help take care of our child, Marjan's son. That's all. Liu Ming snarled with a sullen look. When others tried to refute him, he'd usually offer a gracious explanation, but if they still argued a second time after hearing his explanation, he wouldn't tolerate any disobedience. Han Piaoxu was startled and fell silent. She'd assumed her grandparents had some connections with these people, which was why they came to rescue her. But she hadn't imagined their supposed connections meant helping someone else with their child. Provoking them further might not only prevent her from saving her best friend, but also her own. She lamented inwardly, thinking that in a plane crash, one should put on an oxygen mask before helping others. She was still without one, struggling to save herself. How could she possibly spare the energy? Suddenly, a clamor was heard as Marjan and Old Man Han descended, followed by a vast dark mass of people. What's going on? Liu Ming's voice darkened at this scene. As soon as they heard these thugs were dead and we were leaving, they said we'd killed their monster handlers. They couldn't leave and had to stay and help them fight the monsters or take them away. Marjan, knowing this tone was a sign of Liu Ming's impending outburst, said with a wry smile, "You want our protection?" Liu Ming asked the crowd. "What do you mean by wanting? It's your obligation." Yeah, Fat Wolf and the others were the ones holding off the monsters. That's right. Now that you've killed them all, what are we going to do? You're not deliberately trying to kill so many of us, are you? Anyway, you can't leave. You must protect us until the government troops come to rescue us. That's right. No matter how good you are at fighting, we won't let you go until we are all dead. Everyone, surround them. After listening for a long time, Liu Ming finally understood. No wonder they watched Fat Wolf assault the woman without stopping him or resisting. They saw him as a protective shield. Good, very good. Where were you when Fat Wolf and his men were about to humiliate these women? And now you have the nerve to stand in their way. Liu Ming finished his words, kicking the man in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who had been shouting the loudest. He then punched the abdomen of another middle-aged woman, heavily made up, and inciting the crowd to surround them. Both of them spat out blood and flew backwards, their lives uncertain. Looking at the crowd, who had retreated in unison, temporarily afraid to gather around them, after being intimidated by his ruthless attack, he sneered, "Why aren't you surrounding them anymore?" Looking at the silent crowd, Liu Ming suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Since you want to come with me, I'll give you a chance. I can't take all of you, nearly 1,000 of you, but I'll select a few who meet my requirements. I can do laundry, cook, warm the bed, and scrub backs. I have a Cisco CCIE certification, making me a seasoned professional. I have a senior accounting certificate. I'm a first-class architect. Hehe, you think I'm a talent recruitment center? As long as you can comprehend this within the time I set, you can come with me. Liu Ming was speechless. How useful would such skills and qualifications be in the apocalypse? He produced a dark purple scroll and displayed it to the crowd. Magic Seal Battle Formation. Grey 1-star high level rare. This is a magical battle formation that even ordinary people can use. Simply comprehend one of the many magic seals in the formation diagram to gain its power. Forming a magic seal formation to fight the enemy requires at least 36 people, but currently can accommodate up to 144. A formation master controls the entire formation, with a formation commander for every 36 people, and a formation lieutenant for every 6 people. This is one of the divine gifts I received from my last sacrifice. It's quite good and extremely rare, but unfortunately, I'm short on manpower, and can't even meet the minimum formation requirements. With so many survivors this time, it makes sense not to take advantage. P.S. Here's the first update, and the second will be at 5 o'clock. Thank you to my fellow reader Te Shanke Shan Zhi Fuyu Lihan Zen Deo, his name is a bit long, for his sincere suggestions and recommendations. New authors and new books need the love and care of readers to thrive, so I hope you'll offer more suggestions and support. Chapter 19. Deep Blue Earth, Deep Green Wood and Deep Water. Whether to use the Magic Seal Battle Formation Diagram? Once the Formation Master confirms it, it cannot be changed. A voice echoed in Liu Ming's heart. Yes, he confirmed. As the dark purple formation diagram glowed faintly, slowly growing larger, and hovering in mid-air, everyone jostled to get to the front, hoping to get a closer look at this opportunity, to escape this dangerous place teeming with monsters. The dark purple formation diagram suddenly surged in the wind, eventually transforming into a massive scroll spanning dozens of square meters, unfolding above everyone's heads. Anyone who looked up could see it. The scene within the scroll was different for each person, but anyone who grasped it could master the power of the magic seal. Liu Ming saw a world of flames, filled with erupting volcanoes and slowly flowing molten lava. Goring saw an earthy yellow earth, with bizarre boulders and gemstone veins exposed on the ground. Marjan saw countless clouds, like roaring giants, constantly shifting and wandering across the horizon. The vast office was now completely silent, with even the sound of rapid breathing clearly audible. All the survivors recognized the extraordinary nature of the scroll. Each one sought to comprehend something from it, not only for their own future safety, but also for their own personal gain. No one dared to waste this precious opportunity, and each raced to gaze intently at the mysterious scroll overhead. Ha ha ha, I've got it. Ha 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 ha. Over half an hour later, a young man with long, flowing hair was the first to burst out in a loud cry. A golden mark, flowing like mercury, hovered between his brows. The mark, like a sharp weapon, transformed into a war blade, a sword, a spear, a short blade, and a dagger, though it felt ethereal and unreal. Seeing no response, he could only chuckle and fall silent. When he tried to examine the mysterious scroll again, the immersive, mystical feeling vanished without a trace. Is it possible that once you emerge from a certain state, you can no longer enter and comprehend it? The long-haired man reasoned to himself. Immediately afterwards, the second and third people who had comprehended the magic mark emerged from their scroll comprehension states. Marjan was the 37th person to emerge from his comprehension of the scroll. A cloud of unpredictable mystery hovered between his brows. One after another, people awakened amidst the cheers of their awakening, while those still comprehending seemed oblivious to the cheers and the cacophony of chatter, their eyes fixed on the scroll overhead. The 41st person to awaken from his comprehension was the dwarf Garlin. The dark yellow mountain mark between his brows emanated a startlingly heavy aura, a presence of immense power. The 41st was the beautiful woman with the bob haircut. Upon her awakening, the entire office was bathed in the emerald green glow of the mark between her brows, akin to a primeval forest, with everyone's heads bathed in lush green. The 42nd was Old Man Han's granddaughter, Han Piaxu. A faint blue glow overshadowed the emerald green, creating a dazzling light show throughout the office. A dazzling array of colors, the most vibrant being emerald green and deep blue. Could it be that those who haven't woken up haven't comprehended anything yet? 80%. It's impossible for everyone to comprehend this mysterious mark. I didn't expect that the bearded man who produced the scroll couldn't comprehend anything either. 2 hours have passed. He must have failed. Have you noticed that this scroll has become much dimmer than before? It might not last much longer. As time passed, those who had comprehended the magic seal and awakened began to speculate. Especially since Liu Ming hadn't woken up yet. Many felt they were superior to the one-armed man with the vicious words and brutal attacks. Suddenly, the color of the scroll dimmed drastically, as if it would vanish into thin air in the next moment. Bang! Like a firework, the scroll exploded like a giant firework, its light instantly vanishing into the air, leaving behind only a colorful scroll, shrunken countless times smaller. In the instant the firework exploded, a pale, blinding white light, as glaring as a searchlight flare, blinded everyone for a long time. The air, not particularly hot in May or June, suddenly felt like it had been thrown into a furnace, the temperature suddenly rising by more than 10 degrees. A pale flame mark hovered between Liu Ming's brows, emanating endless heat from it. Blue flame demon seal. Liu Ming, regaining consciousness, whispered the name of the demon seal he had comprehended, a voice only he could hear. In the fiery world of the scroll, he had encountered opportunities to acquire nearly 100 different types of fire-related demon seals. But after a difficult decision, as the demon seal battle formation diagram neared its expiration date and neared extinction, he chose this powerful demon seal. One that seemed to reign supreme, utterly silencing all other fire-related demon seals. The moment he regained consciousness, the shrunken demon seal battle formation diagram transformed into a stream of light, shooting directly at his brow. The moment the stream of light struck Liu Ming's brow, the shimmering magic seals in the office suddenly dimmed, leaving only ethereal marks suspended in the air. This sudden change caused all those who had comprehended and obtained the magic seals to gasp, fearing that their hard-earned mysterious magic seals would vanish like fireworks in the next moment. Like a scroll. 1 monarch magic seal, 3 super magic seals, 6 high magic seals, 9 intermediate magic seals, and 24 low magic seals. Excellent. Should I say you are all worthy of being business elites? Your gains have met my expectations, Liu Ming praised. As the magic seal array transformed into streams of light and merged into his mind, he learned the names, functions, and levels of each magic seal. I will fulfill my promise and lead you to safety, but I will grant those who follow me the power of the magic seal you've mastered. Those who receive this power must serve me from now on. In other words, if I tell you to go east, you can't go west. Otherwise, I can take it back, even your life as interest. If you have any objections, raise them immediately, and I will automatically consider you giving up the gift of the magic seal. Those with the magic seal, suspended between their brows, remained silent. Even though they held grudges, they chose silence as they looked at the two cold bodies. However, those who hadn't mastered the magic seal began to clamor. How could it be so easy to leave? There are nearly 1,000 of us, and you're only taking 30 or 40? That's right, why take them and not us? Liu Ming scoffed. Why? I'll tell you why right now. Then, looking at those who had received the magic seals, he smiled and said, since you've all chosen to accept the power I grant you, you've implicitly agreed to follow me in this apocalypse, seeking a way out. My people are bound by many constraints. They must adhere to 3 ironclad rules. First, carry out my orders, even at the cost of your life. Second, do not betray your companions or fight among yourselves. Third, pay according to work, and those who work harder will not tolerate any cheating or idleness. Although the rules are few, violating any one of them means death. Just like them. He raised his lips and pointed at the corpses. He pressed his index and middle finger together, pressing them to his brow. Suddenly, a stream of colorful light shot out from his brow, illusory, and each of the various dim and illusory magic seals suddenly became solid, as if they were real objects. The long-haired man, the first to obtain the magic seal, held a golden, liquid-like light in his hand. A long golden blade materialized in his palm, and with a single wave, he cleaved a nearby office chair in two. Some people suddenly gained immense strength as their skin sprouted stratum corneum, while others emitted sharp bursts of energy that pierced the floor tiles. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman with the bob haircut directed a ball of green light at the potted plant on her desk. The spider plant, less than 20 centimeters tall, suddenly expanded as if inflated, transforming into a bizarre plant nearly 2 meters tall in a matter of seconds. Its branches madly coiled around the surrounding crowd, frightening the woman with a bob haircut and quickly dispersing the green light. The spider plant instantly withered and fell to the ground, leaving behind a trail of broken branches and leaves. Hanpiaraxu waved her hand, sending a jet of dark blue water blasting outward. Wherever the water arrow struck, a chilling chill emanated, instantly freezing it into a dark blue ice sculpture. Sharp icicles formed on the ground. The dwarf Gorin instantly transformed from a diminutive figure, less than a meter tall, covered in thick, dark yellow rock armor, into a massive stone giant, 18 meters tall. He smashed a desk with a single punch. This is why I didn't take you with me. I want people capable of killing monsters, not cowards I need to protect. Liu Ming chuckled with satisfaction, looking at the survivors, who looked stunned and incredulous. He hadn't expected this previously neglected battle formation to be so potent, effectively creating a group of pseudo-primal ability awakeners out of thin air. The word pseudo was added, because their abilities currently only function within a 500-meter radius centered on them. Beyond that distance, they are nothing more than ordinary people, relying entirely on the magic seal battle formation they've internalized. PS. Second update is here. Chapter 20 Final Cleanup, Rooftop Meeting. Just as Liu Ming was about to leave with the group who had gained the magic seal, a woman suddenly burst out of the crowd and hugged a survivor who had obtained a lightning type magic seal. A gang, are you leaving me? The man called a gang suddenly stopped, his eyes red as he turned and hugged the woman. Uncle, they're a couple from our company, Hanpiaraxu explained to Liu Ming, who was staring at the scene with a cold gaze. She was afraid that he would suddenly attack and kill without a word. Oh. Are there any relatives or friends among the others who have gained the power of the magic seal? Liu Ming asked. My college roommate is here. 30th is my boyfriend. My best friend is here too. My best friend is here too. Suddenly, 20 or 30 voices erupted from the 40 people, excluding Liu Ming and Ma Jun. Each of you may choose at most one person to take with you, but I'm warning you, until your person is able to obtain their own supplies, the food they consume will be deducted from your rations, and you will be responsible for their safety. Liu Ming considered for a few seconds before announcing his decision to the hopeful gazes of the crowd. Liu Ming reasoned that if he had the opportunity to reach the safe zone, but his closest friends and family couldn't leave, he would still feel resentful, even if he ultimately chose to leave. So, he might as well do them a favor. Thank you, boss. Thank you, big brother. Hahaha, wife, we can leave together. A sudden cheer erupted in the crowd, and those who hadn't been given the opportunity to leave were even more resentful, waiting for a spark to erupt. But the terrifying, monstrous power of this group was temporarily suppressed. Liu Ming first led a mighty group of 70 or 80 people across the street back to the residential complex. He directed them to carry the cannibal corpses they had killed along the way to the stairwells of the 3 buildings. After assigning everyone to the empty rooms on the floors below the 19th floor, which had already been cleared, he led his men to clear the remaining floors. With this, the 3 26-story buildings were completely cleared, with not a single mutant monster left. After clearing all the monsters on the 26th floor, Liu Ming led everyone to the rooftop of the 26th floor for the first all-hands meeting. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the current situation. Man-eating monsters are everywhere. Fortunately, these monsters aren't contagious, unlike in the movies, where they can turn living people into monsters. There are still quite a few monsters roaming this neighborhood, but for now, after the cleanup I've done over the past 2 days and the cleanup just now, this building has been cleared of all potential dangers. I'm sorry for the 2 ordinary members who were killed by wandering cannibal corpses during the cleanup, but this is the apocalypse. No one can retreat, or be a coward, or they will die. Remember, this is an apocalypse even more brutal than war. No one, anywhere in the world, will be spared. Liu Ming spoke in a steady voice, looking at his first group of men, some excited, some still visibly shaken after their first battle. Overall, he was quite satisfied with their performance, especially those who had obtained the magic seal. Although most were injured, none of them died at the hands of the corpses. In contrast, 2 ordinary members died, leaving the soldiers who had decided to take them away with them red-eyed. Liu Ming decided to lead this group through the apocalypse, not to make them his vassals, but to help him. Therefore, neither he nor Mahjong Gal and Sumi participated in the recent battle. They simply quickly searched several floors, confirmed the absence of mutants, and then assigned the 70 or 80 survivors to each floor. They also stipulated that ordinary people who had not yet obtained the magic seal must also participate. This was a screening exercise, selecting those who could initially adapt to the apocalypse. He felt no regret or remorse for the 2 people who died in the battle. Even if capable people could die standing in the way, he could do nothing about it, and had no say in the matter. Even if such people didn't die now at the hands of the cannibals, they would surely perish at the hands of the terrifying monsters that would appear in 2 days. Moreover, compared to their colleagues in the office building across the street, where more than half the people might not even survive the night, the loss of only 2 people was a lucky achievement. During the recent battle, several of the pseudo-power users had emerged with combat talent, earning a silent nod from Liu Ming, who memorized their names. Han Piaxu and the bob-haired Lin Mimi, who had attained super magic seal abilities, went without saying. As long as they weren't so frightened they couldn't even use their abilities, ordinary cannibals wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. Of the 5 other high-level magic seals besides Mahjong, the young man who transformed his entire body into immense strength single-handedly tore through 2 cannibals, demonstrating remarkable combat awareness. There was also a woman who, like the fat wolf who had died at his hands, could cast fireballs. A series of fireballs nearly collapsed the stairs, and a cannibal that was hit head-on was fatally wounded. And then there was the middle-aged man whose wife had suddenly rushed out to embrace him as he was leaving. To protect her, he suddenly went from being timid to being unstoppable, instantly electrifying 3 cannibals and scorching them. Even the combatants closest to him were still twitching from the shock. These thoughts flashed through Liu Ming's mind. He continued, even more bizarre and incredible scenes will appear before you in the future. Evolutionists, those awakening natural energy, cultivators, and all manner of beings possessing extraordinary powers are countless. I'm an evolutionist, and Sumi is my battle partner. He patted Sumi's head, who crouched quietly at his feet. Feeling her master's caress, Sumi squinted her eyes with enjoyment, doing a signature cat pose and stretching. Because your abilities and strength all come from the magic seal, I propose that your class name be Magic Seal Warriors. Liu Ming felt the need to come up with a new title for them. He couldn't just keep calling them pseudo-essential users. Also, your abilities will disappear if you're more than 500 meters away from me. Your strength comes from the magic seal, and the source of the magic seal is the magic seal battle formation diagram you saw earlier, which has become one with me. But I can't always be by your side, empowering you. If you want to maintain this strength after I'm gone, there's only one way. Mahjong, come here. Hearing Liu Ming call him, Mahjong looked puzzled and immediately walked over. I'll make Mahjong the secondary controller of the battle formation diagram, the formation commander, after me. This way, as long as you stay within 300 meters of him, you can still access the power of the demonic seal. Me. Mahjong exclaimed, surprised that Liu Ming would grant him this position instead of Gobbering, who had followed him first. This meant he would become the second in command of the team, a position he couldn't quite believe. Liu Ming pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and a miniature, multicolored formation diagram transformed into a stream of light and shot into Mahjong's brow. From now on, you'll be the demonic seal commander. I hope you can lead them well, and keep them alive while I'm gone. Liu Ming looked at Mahjong with assurance. Don't worry, boss. I, Mahjong, swear to give you my life from now on. Mahjong also addressed Liu Ming as boss, clenching his right fist and hammering it into his chest. Liu Ming chuckled disapprovingly, his expression slightly grave. We have 70 or 80 people now. The threat we face isn't just monster attacks, but also food and water shortages. So my next plan is to gather all the available supplies in the community. P.S. Thanks to my book friends Wildru and Fengai Upialing for their continuous support over the past few days. Fengsha originally wrote this book because he was running out of books to read. He wanted to write a post-apocalyptic story that all characters with normal IQ could read. As a programmer who's only been working for a little over 6 months, he still has a lot to learn, so he's quite busy. But after March and April, I'll have some free time, and I'll update more often each day. Finally, Fengsha promises that, as long as a few of his readers are willing to support him and continue reading this book, especially Wildru and Jifengai Upialing, whose silent support truly warms my heart, especially when I was about to give up after the dismal results and wanted to focus on coding. Even if this book ultimately flopped, Fengsha would still update once a day until it reached at least 600,000 words. Chapter 21. Plundering food and stockpiling supplies. Now, I'll assign personnel and assigned areas. For this supply gathering mission, ordinary people who haven't acquired the magic seal ability will temporarily remain below the 5th floor of building 3. I'll arrive to move the supplies after I send a notification. With that, Liu Ming began to divide the 40 magic seal warriors into 8 groups. Han Piaxu, Lin Mimei, Chu Gang, a middle-aged thunder magic seal warrior, Gu Yuans, a young wrestling magic seal warrior whose entire body could transform into stratum corneum, Yun Fanghe, the firebender, 2 other high-level magic seal warriors, Fangan, the sword key magic seal warrior, and Luo Ziping, the steel armor magic seal warrior, and Liu Huchun, a low-level magic seal warrior with long hair and good combat awareness, the golden martial magic seal warrior with good combat awareness. Each led 4 people to the designated areas, designated by Liu Ming to gather supplies. These included 2 small supermarkets in the community, a grocery store, a fruit and vegetable store, a water dispenser, a pharmacy, and 2 restaurants. Gathering food and water was paramount, as he remembered that the tap water supply would completely cease after 4 or 5 days. In his later life, he had to forage for supplies when food and water were extremely scarce, taking the first steps in his apocalyptic survival. Liu Ming, along with the dwarves, Marjun, and Sumi, was tasked with clearing out the wandering cannibals, primarily the mutants. After all, there were far more than just 1 or 2 mutants lurking in the complex. In building 3 alone, they had already encountered 2 mutants, a swiftness type and a pure strength type. These ordinary office workers, possessing extraordinary abilities, but raised in peaceful times and living in offices, were no match for these terrifying mutants and would be slaughtered. Remember, don't stray more than 500 meters from me. When you approach your critical threshold, your abilities will weaken. Remember, Liu Ming warned, then left first. The others then separated, turning to watch the 40 magic seal users swarm out of building 3, armed with kitchen knives, fruit knives, and various other weapons. Liu Ming shook his head imperceptibly. Do you think your movements aren't loud enough to attract the monster's attention? As expected, as the group left the building, swarms of cannibals swarmed in from a short distance. Sumi, test your abilities, Liu Ming said, clearing out the ordinary cannibal corpses. He then gazed at a pony-sized mutant dog. Sumi glanced disdainfully at the ferocious dog, vaguely a Rottweiler, and slowly approached. Just as the dog, charging at full speed, was about to collide with his smaller body, Sumi vanished. A dark shadow suddenly appeared from the void above the dog's back, slashing fiercely with a claw. The dog, struck by lightning, suddenly toppled over and fell to the ground. Trying to stand, it was powerless. He could only roar at Sumi and bite the air with his canine teeth. Sumi's claws ripped out most of the dog's spine, leaving the spineless dog paralyzed and lying on the ground. Sumi landed lightly on the dog's side and shattered its hideous skull with a steel whip. Shadow attack? Liu Ming asked curiously, seeing the ability that seemed to resemble instant disappearance and teleportation. Yes, master, I can probably use this 11 times before I run out of energy. Sumi's childlike voice echoed in Liu Ming's mind. Amazing, Liu Ming praised with a smile, petting Sumi as he used his tail whip to entangle the mutant dog and dragged it toward him flatteringly. With 12 shadow attacks, even if he couldn't defeat an E rank or even a D rank monster that wasn't good at speed, he would definitely be able to escape. We've taken care of this. Let's go see how things are going with Garlin, Marjun, and the others. With that, he ran to the other side of the complex with Sumi. When Liu Ming and Sumi arrived, Marjan and Garlin were entangled by a strange-looking monster and a swift-type mutant. The strange-looking monster was the same size as the skinny teenager, yet its entire body was reduced to mere skin and bones. Its skeletal form was incredibly fast, leaping around Goring, whose reactions were much slower by comparison. Bang! Goring's powerful hammer strike was dodged by the monster, slamming into the concrete floor, sending rubble and dust scattering everywhere. With a furious roar, Goring invoked the power of the Zuonta demonic seal, instantly expanding from the stature of a child to a stone figure over 1.8 meters tall. His skin, like exposed rock, was covered in cracks like a cliff face, imbued with a sense of heaviness and hardness. But several blows still missed the small monster. Another powerful blow was easily dodged by the monster. Suddenly, a piece of rubble the size of a human head appeared from behind the monster and slammed into the strange monster, knocking it to the ground. Goring seized the opportunity to strike with his hammer, but the monster quickly rolled and dodged the blow. Agile mutants. This neighborhood really has all three of the most common mutant types, Liu Ming, taking in the scene, suddenly exclaimed. Sumi, catch that jumping monkey. Sumi swiftly transformed into a flash of black lightning. The monster, which had just dodged Goring's attack and was standing nearby to provoke Goring, seemed to sense the danger and dodged several times, avoiding Sumi's deadly claws. Sumi, furious that her decisive attack had been dodged, opened her mouth and blew a stream of scorching air. With a roar like a dragon's roar, it rushed towards the agile mutant. The mutant stumbled and tumbled several times under the impact of the air and sound waves. Sumi swiftly rushed forward and, as the monster looked in disbelief, decapitated it with a single claw. Meanwhile, Marjan, after confusing the monster's perception with the cloud magic seal, stabbed the swift mutant through the head. Such a powerful dragon breath. I wonder if Sumi will actually be able to spit dragon fire after evolving. Is everything settled here? Liu Ming asked Marjun. It was pointless for Gorin, the sometimes brainless dwarf, to ask him. We've cleared out any mutants that might appear in the complex and below the 6th floor. Very good. Go to building 3 and tell those waiting there to come out and carry the supplies. As the last ray of sunlight faded from the horizon and darkness began to envelop the land, Liu Ming led his men to carry the last box of sausages back to building 3. He took 4/5 of the supplies from each location. It wasn't that he didn't want to take everything, but he was short-handed. Besides, there were still a significant number of survivors in the complex, and he had to leave a way for those starving and thirsty enough to bravely search for supplies. He had cleared out all the monsters roaming the complex, greatly simplifying the survivors' search for food. He didn't see anything wrong with taking 4/5 of the supplies from each location. During this search for supplies, another of our companions tragically died. In the apocalypse, this is unavoidable. The only thing we can do is minimize casualties. To achieve this, strengthening ourselves and improving our survivability is the only way. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you some basic apocalyptic survival skills. Inside 3 20-story duplexes, each with a 160 square meter unit, Liu Ming gave a routine review to the 70 or 80 people huddled together. During the final stage of transporting supplies, the search team, led by Liu Ming, was killed by a cannibal corpse hidden in a storage room, killing one of its members and injuring 2 others. For Liu Ming and the search team that caused this critical blunder that resulted in the death of their companions, I've decided to cut their food rations in half. For the rest of the team, each magic seal warrior will receive 6 buckets of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and 2 braised eggs. For the ordinary members, 4 buckets of instant noodles, 1 sausage, and 1 braised egg. Each member of Liu Ming's team will receive 3 buckets of instant noodles, 1 sausage, and 1 braised egg. Also, remember, this is your 2-day food ration. If you have no objections, please return to your rooms after collecting your food. Amidst the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Liu Ming concluded the brief meeting. Considering that these people had been trapped in the office building for a full day and a half, nearly 2 days without a single grain of food, he decided not to continue with a lengthy lecture on apocalyptic survival techniques. Patting Liu Ming's red-eyed shoulder, Liu Ming, looking at her and the other teammates with shame-faced expressions, left the room. Food distribution has been handed over to Marjan and Han Piaxu. He has to return to cultivate his yuan ki every minute, so he naturally doesn't worry about such trivial matters. As for withholding food, I believe that Marjan, with his upright military temperament, and Han Piaxu, with her aloof temperament, would not do it. P.S. I woke up and suddenly found that my book has a cover. Thank you, editor, for making Feng Shi a failed writer with a cover. Thanks to book friend Wildrew and one of the lurkers for their recommendation votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, Sharp Blade, Fengji Victory Over Men, Part 1. As the first rays of morning light filtered through the glass window, casting a shadow on the wooden floor beside Liu Ming's bed, he exhaled and rubbed his legs, aching from sitting cross-legged all night. He opened his eyes and gazed out the window at the morning glow. It's just like I remember from later generations. Compared to those exceptionally gifted individuals, my key training talent is still as poor as ever. Thinking I could reach E-level through key training before tomorrow's disaster escalates again is practically unrealistic. Since I don't have the talent, I'll take a shortcut. He immediately turned and headed downstairs. Hundreds of monster sacrifices formed small hills beside the altar in the first floor stairwell. Standing like silent giants, humanoid guardians, nearly 3 meters tall, stood before the offerings, shielding them from any curiosity or prying eyes. Sacrificial spirit, begin. Liu Ming called to the still pristine, dilapidated altar. A dazzling light enveloped him and all the offerings. Altar master, will you offer all the offerings? The spirit's voice, still emotionless, slowly emerged from the grey altar. No, leave these behind. Liu Ming marked out an area of about 40 or 50 ordinary offerings, leaving them unsacrificed. Infinite light instantly erupted within the small altar's barrier, but surprisingly, the light wasn't glaring, but rather gentle, allowing Liu Ming to watch the patterns of light being drawn away from each offering, a strange sensation. When all the patterns vanished into thin air, 6 light clusters, like sand, slowly formed before Liu Ming's eyes. He reached out and grasped the largest of the clusters. Jufeng. A plain-looking long sword appeared in Liu Ming's hand. He swung it twice, and a hissing sound like slicing cloth echoed through the air. It was a simple, straight-bladed longsword weighing over 20 kilograms. Its hilt was jet black, its blade a snow silver, and 2 tiny characters, Jufeng, were engraved on the handle. Jufeng, Grey 1 star, top rare, unique. This sword possesses unparalleled sharpness. There's no armor or weapon of its rank that it can't sever. Abilities, life drain, growth through killing, indestructible. Effects, rapid bleeding, unparalleled sharpness, indestructible. Ha 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 ha, fine sword, fine sword. It truly lives up to the name Jufeng. Liu Ming roared with laughter as he slashed through the air. No wonder he couldn't hold his breath. It possessed the unique attribute. What was the unique attribute? Liu Ming's memory resurfaced with a rumor from a later time. It was said that some top-tier, rare divine gifts possessed unique properties, meaning they existed only once in the world. He had initially overheard this story as just another strange tale among evolutionary professionals, but he hadn't expected it to actually exist. He now held this legendary divine gift in his own hands. Hundreds of sacrifices had been accumulating for some time, yet to be offered. Among them were at least 10 secondarily mutated monsters reaching the first order F grade. Receiving this, supposedly the only top-tier, rare item in the world, brought Liu Ming immense joy. The sight of a weapon with 3 abilities and 3 special effects reminded him of his most powerful weapon in the future, a 7-star Crimson Flame Primordial Energy Spear, enhanced countless times by him. It only had 2 abilities, and 1 special effect. Now, with absolute edge in hand, he felt confident he could defeat the F-grade demonic cards and devilish lesser demons that would appear tomorrow with a few strikes. He even felt he had a fighting chance against E-grade monsters alone. He then shifted his gaze to the other 5 balls of light. Each contained several divine grace origins and 4 divine grace demon hunting devices. The 4 demon hunting devices included a grey 1-star demon hunting device, capable of holding 100 ordinary sacrifices, and 3 ordinary demon hunting devices. With the origins, I have a good chance of breaking through to E grade tonight. Liu Ming rejoiced. The primordial stone is a precious substance that allows practitioners to directly absorb the primordial energy contained within, aiding their cultivation. This is particularly effective for those just beginning their journey into primordial energy cultivation. After packing up everything and instructing his humanoid guardian to guard the offerings, Liu Ming, taking Sumi with him, hurried out to test his sword while most of his men were still asleep. Since the cannibal corpses roaming the complex had been largely cleared out yesterday, and the mutated ones were even harder to find, Liu Ming headed directly outside. There were still powerful monsters roaming the streets, and with his 5 demon hunting devices, he could hunt them down. As he passed the building closest to the complex gate, the sounds of fierce fighting echoed from the upper floors, causing Liu Ming to pause in surprise. Didn't we clear the monsters from the floors below yesterday? Curiosity piqued Liu Ming's curiosity, prompting him to go up and take a look. With his current skill and courage, he was confident he could single-handedly defeat even a triple mutated E-level cannibal, let alone a second-level F-level cannibal. Moreover, he had Sumi, also an E-level dragon, at his side. With a creak, he pushed open the half-closed iron door and quickly headed for the floor, where the sounds of fighting were coming from. Unexpectedly, he witnessed a rather comical scene on the 9th floor. An extremely tall woman with a ponytail, clutching an oversized wrench in her right hand and a clearly heavy pressure cooker in her left, was engaged in a battle with several cannibals. One of the cannibals had a fist-sized swelling on its head. Seeing the tall woman strike it with another wrench, everyone knew it was her doing. The monster took another heavy blow to the head, roaring furiously as it charged frantically at the ponytailed woman. The woman, who was using a pressure cooker to swat away a cannibal corpse that was biting at her, was startled by the sudden fury of the pimple-like creature and instinctively swung her hand. Puff! The powerful blow of the wrench landed squarely on the large pimple on the monster's forehead, shattering it and blowing the cannibal's hideous head apart. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. The cannibal corpse sent flying by the pressure cooker and the other 3 monsters joined forces to pounce. The towering woman, possessing incredible strength, used her hands and feet in a desperate attempt to slam one cannibal corpse into the pressure cooker and then kick down another. The monster's right leg, which had kicked it away, was grasped tightly by the falling monster as it struggled, causing the woman to lose balance and fall to the ground. The woman struggled to free herself for a moment, unable to rise. But the 2 repelled monsters, unfazed by their strength, rolled over and began to claw at her again. Just as the other 2 monsters' sharp fingers and bloody teeth were about to bite into the tall woman's chest and neck, 2 blinding blades flashed through the air like lightning, and 2 hideous heads fell to the ground in a shower of blood. A delicate medium-sized cat, its slender tail seemingly insignificantly swung twice, smashing the heads of the 2 monsters he had so desperately sent flying. Their headless bodies twitched violently on the ground. "Are you okay?" Liu Ming asked the dazed woman calmly, as if asking a passerby if they were okay. No, I'm fine. Thank you, uncle," the tall woman stammered as she struggled to free herself from the monster's grip on her calf and climbed to her feet. She cursed herself inwardly for being such an nymphomaniac. How could she find this ordinary-looking, scruffy old man with a stubbled face and a broken arm so attractive as to possess a mature man's charm? Liu Ming wasn't short, of average build, but compared to the long-legged woman, whose head clearly reached the ceiling, when she stood up, he seemed almost half a head shorter. After all, women over 1.9 meters tall were still uncommon. Liu Ming tilted his head slightly and asked, "Are you naturally this strong?" The force contained in that blow that had just shattered the cannibal's hardest skull was clearly beyond the reach of an ordinary person. "No, last night I was so hungry I tried to sneak out to find something to eat, but a monster suddenly charged at me. It was incredibly strong, and I was knocked to the ground by it, unable to break free. In a moment of desperation, I suddenly felt incredibly strong, and I tore the monster's head off in one blow," the tall woman replied sincerely. The man before her had saved her life from a monster and seemed far more formidable than she was. "So, he asked me, so I just told him. After hearing the woman's simplistic and abrupt account, Liu Ming was speechless. This woman was clearly a power awakener. He remembered that those with natural energy awakening, still incredibly rare 10 years after the apocalypse, had become so common. This was the second one he had encountered in less than 3 days. The talent for cultivating primal ki isn't inherent in humans, but under certain circumstances, a few special individuals, under certain external stimuli, can forcibly unlock their brain potential, awakening their sixth dimensional perception, and thus possessing special abilities, based on their ability to sense primal ki. Because this ability is generated by the impact of primordial energy, it's called primordial ability. Those who experience this ability are known as primordial ability awakeners. Because it's a natural awakening, the word natural is added to the title. Later generations also saw artificial awakenings of primordial ability, distinguishing the two. Feng Yan, the fat wolf who died under Liu Ming's axe, was also a natural primordial ability awakener. P.S. This book was officially signed yesterday. Feng Shi plans to go full steam ahead starting mid-April, playing the role of a qualified contract writer, diligently updating. There's another update tonight. Feng Shi just accepted a client request for secondary development of a program yesterday, but this afternoon, he took a break from his busy schedule to add an update for a book friend who has always supported him. Chapter 23, Sharp Blade, Feng Ji Victory Over Men, Part 2. Hero, where are you going? The strong woman asked hurriedly after Liu Ming turned around and left after using a strange object to make the monster corpse disappear. He felt more and more that the man in front of him was mysterious and unfathomable. Hero, my name is Jeshingnan. What's your name? Can you give me a ride? The strong woman asked as she saw Liu Ming continue to walk downstairs with his strange cat and ignore her. The strong woman, who called herself Jeshingnan, followed Liu Ming all the way out of the residential complex. Seeing Liu Ming's terrifying strength in beheading a cannibal corpse with a single knife, she followed him closely. I say, how long are you going to follow me? Liu Ming asked with a half smile as he looked at the woman behind him. She was obviously taller than him, but she pretended to be a little bird, hiding behind him with a wrench and a pressure cooker. Ha ha ha, hero, you finally paid attention to me. Hero, my friend lives in the neighborhood next door. I received a text from her this morning saying she was starving. I rushed to save her, didn't I? I'm filling this pressure cooker with food for her. After saying this, the superwoman patted her pressure cooker triumphantly, as if quite proud of her clever move. Which neighborhood? Liu Ming casually asked, casually chopping down an ordinary mutant dog that hadn't undergone a secondary mutation. It's right next to the 6th group neighborhood. The superwoman quickly answered, sensing a potential opportunity. Sumi, do you want to go check it out? Liu Ming remembered that Sumi's original owner was buried in the 6th group. It didn't matter where he went to test his skills, as long as there were enough powerful monsters. Meow. Sumi answered Liu Ming with a long cat-like meow. Okay, let's go take a look. As Liu Ming finished speaking, a massive mutant dog rushed from behind a parked bus. It seemed the ordinary mutant dog Liu Ming had just casually chopped down was his younger brother. The two appeared to be mutated from the same canine species. Consequently, the massive monster attacked Liu Ming frantically. Quite strong, Liu Ming chuckled after blocking the mutant dog's attack with a single blow. He then launched several slashes at the dog. His physique, already comparable to that of an F-rank warrior, and the boost he'd gained from his recent ki training, now rivaled that of a mid to late stage F-rank warrior. He was certainly not much weaker than this mutant dog. The blade struck the beast's claws, which were clearly countless times harder than those of ordinary beasts. The collision of claws and blade produced a series of dazzling sparks. The mutant dog clearly sensed the sharpness of the blade and shielded itself with its claws, refusing to meet Liu Ming's blade head on. You can just not touch it if you don't want to. Liu Ming scoffed. He then slashed at the mutant dog with another swift blow. The dog, repeating its old trick, continued to strike the blade with its massive claws, but Liu Ming swung the knife sharply, unleashing his invincible ability. The blade suddenly shone with a stream of light like autumn water. Even with his old spinning knife, he effortlessly sliced through the steel-hard claws, sending black blood splattering. Liu Ming, taking advantage of the situation, swiftly struck the dog with 3 consecutive blows, severing both of the milk pan-sized claws. Then, with 3 more strikes, he severed the mutant dog's head, which had lost its balance and was struggling on the ground. Liu Ming secretly rejoiced. It lived up to its reputation as the only sharp weapon. If he had still held on to his fire axe, he would never have been able to defeat this ferocious mutant dog, the size of a calf, so easily. It would have been a tough fight. Just as he was about to remove the Jufeng, he saw a faint red streak flash across the Jufeng blade, and the mutant dog's corpse seemed to dim slightly. As Jufeng's master, Liu Ming felt his power suddenly grow even stronger. Could this be the ability to grow through killing? With each kill, Jufeng absorbs the souls of its victims and grows stronger. Sure enough, I wonder if this growth ability can be increased in power. Could Jufeng eventually become a weapon of white or even red power? Unable to delve deeper, Liu Ming had to put these thoughts aside. With the super powerful woman following behind him, Liu Ming arrived at the hillside, where Sumi's previous owner had been buried. Watching Liu Ming and Sumi standing quietly by a small grave, the super powerful woman, Zheshengnan, waited quietly with a thoughtful expression. She was now extremely glad she had followed this man. Otherwise, she would have likely been dismembered and eaten by those terrifying and ferocious monsters, not to mention saving her friend. He's also a monster. How could a normal human be so strong, and with a cat that's even stronger than a monster? The super powerful woman muttered to herself, unaware that she too was considered a super powerful woman by others. After the memorial service, Liu Ming and Sumi headed back the way they'd come. "Hero, aren't you taking me with you to rescue my friend?" Liu Ming glanced at her, puzzled. He didn't think he'd come to the 6th group community just to help her save someone, did he? He'd just come out to practice hunting and take Sumi with him to pay respects to her former master. What a self-indulgent woman. Presumably guessing what the super strong woman was thinking, Liu Ming continued walking without a word. "Hero, please, be kind and do the best you can. Just help me." Liu Ming steps lightened as he led Sumi out. "Hero, please, I'll do anything for you if you help me." "Super strong woman, you can talk, but if you cling to me again, I'll throw you off." Looking at the woman hanging on his back like an oversized octopus, Liu Ming stopped helplessly, his face sullen and menacing. If she were an ordinary person, Liu Ming would have taught her one of the ironclad rules of the apocalypse. Don't try to tangle with those stronger than you without limits. But for someone with awakened natural powers, even if it was just a useless strength type, Liu Ming's desire to recruit him was far stronger than just discarding him like trash. Hearing the hero finally speak to her again, Zheshengnan jumped off Liu Ming's back with immense excitement. But then her mouth opened wide enough to fit a salted duck egg. "Hero, what did you call me? Wit, a superpowered girl? Is there a problem?" Liu Ming asked expressionlessly. No problem, hero. Call me whatever you want." Thinking of asking this man of terrifying strength and inhuman skill for a favor, Zheshengnan gritted her teeth, already mentally cursing Liu Ming countless times. "You want me to help you save someone?" Liu Ming went straight to the point. "Hero, please, Fengji is my best friend. I'm not sure if I can save her alone. I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid of hurting her. I have no choice but to ask you." Zheshengnan's voice was a little choked up, and it was obvious that they were indeed close. "Will you agree to any conditions I ask after I help you save her?" Liu Ming continued to ask. Zheshengnan was a little confused, feeling that the plot was deviating in an unpredictable direction. According to the plot requirements, shouldn't the mysterious master agree to go with a weak woman with a sweet voice to rescue her best friend who was surrounded by monsters after her desperate pleading? Why would he use his casual promise to you as a bargaining chip? But now, she could only bite the bullet and make a friendly appearance. "Yes, hero, as long as you successfully rescue my friend, I will agree to any conditions you ask." "What are your conditions?" After saying this, Zheshengnan felt a little panicked. He couldn't be coveting her beauty. To be honest, aside from being incredibly tall and resembling a King Kong, Zheshengnan's looks alone are Barbie-esque. In other words, she's the oversized King Kong Barbie. "I'll tell you after I save the man, but if you break your promise then, he..." Liu Ming sneered, severing a nearby 3-story mulberry tree, the thickness of a bucket. Looking at the ferocious master and the collapsing tree, the usually astute Jie Shengnan suddenly felt like she'd betrayed herself. Jie Shengnan's friend lived on the 8th floor of building 9 in the 6th group community. As the two of them and their cat reached the 6th floor, they saw a tall, curly-haired woman with a healthy tanned complexion, wielding a Tang Dynasty sword and viciously hacking a cannibal corpse to death. The reason they said slashed to death rather than knocked down was because the bloody motionless corpse, its neck and head a mangled mess, and the curly-haired woman's face covered in blood and shredded flesh, told them the poor creature was doomed. Is she the friend you wanted to save? Liu Ming asked curiously, looking at Jie Shengnan, who looked dazed. Yes. I didn't expect her to be so strong, Jie Shengnan replied with a wry smile. The super strong girl's best friend is indeed not a normal woman. Shengnan, why are you here? The curly-haired girl, having regained her composure, noticed the two people standing behind her. With a look of surprise, she rushed towards the super strong girl, rubbing the blood and flesh off her face on her chest. Didn't I come to save you? Why did you run away? Don't you know how dangerous it is out there? Jie Shengnan asked with a hint of blame. I was so hungry I couldn't bear it anymore. You know I never store food at home, unlike you. On the day the disaster struck, my family didn't have a single grain of rice. I was just about to ask you to accompany me to the supermarket to buy food when the man-eating monsters came out. I had no choice but to hide back home. I endured it for 2 days, relying solely on water to survive, but I couldn't hold on any longer. The curly-haired girl looked grief-stricken and indignant, as if hunger was more tormenting than the monsters themselves. Jie Shengnan quickly opened the blood-stained pressure cooker, pulled out the food she'd brought from home, and handed it to her poor best friend. The curly-haired girl, unfazed by the mess, devoured the food right there. Speechless, Liu Ming stared at his 2 unruly best friends as he casually cut down a few cannibals drawn to the bloody scent. Shengnan, who's this handsome guy? Is he your boyfriend? The curly-haired girl, now fully fed, remembered that there was a living person beside her. Fengji, don't talk nonsense. He's the expert I hired to save you, Jie Shengnan explained, blushing. But the curly-haired girl, clearly clueless, had already spotted Sumi standing behind Liu Ming. What a cute little kitty. Come here, let me pet you. She reached out to hug Sumi. Mio Fengji. Stop it. Seeing her best friend forcibly hugging the terrifying cat that had crushed countless monsters' heads along the way, Jie Shengnan was terrified and rushed forward to embrace her. It's okay, don't be nervous. Seeing Sumi, her fur flaring up, ready to attack, Liu Ming felt a certain admiration for the woman before him. Sumi was arguably the only E-level evolved creature he had seen since the apocalypse. He couldn't yet gauge Sumi's full strength, having yet to encounter a battle where it would require its full potential. This clueless woman had rushed over to embrace it without a second thought. Liu Ming had never seen Sumi show any kindness to anyone other than herself. Marjan and Garlin were even cautious when approaching it. This woman was truly courageous. Half an hour later, the three emerged from the home of the curly-haired woman named Mio Fengji. Time flashed back to half an hour ago. Hero, are you asking us to come with you? Jie Shengnan asked in surprise. Yes. Hahaha, that's great. Fengji, come with me. Hero is so powerful, we are sure our safety will be guaranteed. Okay, as long as I'm well fed and don't starve to death. Mio Fengji replied absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed on Sumi, who was dozing off. Amidst Liu Ming's speechless expression, the two shrewdly friends packed a mountain of luggage from Mio Fengji's house and followed Liu Ming back to building 3. P.S. I've already said enough thanks, so let's get down to business. This 3,000+ word chapter is dedicated to my cousin Weldrew, who has been quietly supporting the unsuccessful writer Fengshe. Weldrew appears so frequently in Fengshe's recommendation notifications that I've even memorized his kiddie nickname. Although we've never met or spoken, Fengshe feels a deep connection. As for what this slightly teasing phrase in Fengshe's hometown dialect means, cousin, I'll tell you when I get a chance. In addition, I would like to thank bookfriend 201803211420036999 for the reward of 100 Kidian coins. Feng Shui once said at the beginning of writing that for a new author, any first time is worth remembering and being grateful for. The first comment, the first recommendation ticket, and the first reward. Now I only have the first monthly ticket left. I'm filled with tears, exaggeration, to see the birth of the first fan of this book. I will continue to update twice tomorrow, and add an extra update for this book friend with a very long name. Chapter 24, God's Grace. The army enters the city. As Liu Ming and his two clowns hurried back to Group 7, a speeding Land Rover roared down the road. But before it had even made it a few hundred meters, it was forced to a halt at an intersection by a wall of cannibal corpses and a traffic jam. The driver, after ramming several cannibal corpses with the SUV, was then dragged from the driver's seat by more and more monsters, smashing through the windshield. The survivors in the passenger and back seats were also torn to pieces by the cannibals, their blood staining the black asphalt a dark crimson. Finally, someone can't stand it anymore and wants to flee to the safety of the government military zone. But where can you go? Monsters are everywhere. Liu Ming, observing the scene from behind a tree less than 50 meters away, remained expressionless. Jie Shengnan and Miao Fengji, however, had a grim expression. Although they had seen people being devoured by monsters in the past few days, the sensation of seeing flesh being chopped off like pork by a butcher up close was infinitely more vivid than anything in a horror movie. Taking advantage of the fact that many monsters were attracted by the cartload of human flesh and blood, Liu Ming quickly sneaked into the residential complex with the two men and the cat. Once inside, the few remaining monsters, which had been eliminated, began to roam again in small groups of 2 or 3. These monsters had either slipped down from the residence buildings or entered the complex from outside in search of food. Liu Ming stopped attacking, leaving the few remaining cannibals to the two women. Although the two women appeared to be clueless and unintelligent, their combined efforts were swift and effective against the wandering cannibals. The moment Jie Shengnan rushed to block the cannibal, Miao Fengji decapitated her with just 2 or 3 strikes. On the way back to Building 3, Liu Ming chatted with the two lively figures for a while. After all, they would soon become his companions, and knowing them well was reassuring. Unlike ordinary office workers, these two women were clearly the type whose fighting skills far surpassed those of ordinary people even in peacetime. He then learned the source of their impressive fighting skills. Both were recent graduates of Wuling University, having recently interviewed with two companies in Xiaocheng, the capital of southern Hunan province. They had purchased train tickets for the following week, but now it seemed they wouldn't have to leave their hometowns to seek employment elsewhere. While one majored in business administration, the other in English, they were both key members of the kendo and judo clubs, their superior skills honed through 4 years of relentless, daily practice. Miao Fengji's tang sword was the trophy the curly-haired woman had won, after winning 3rd place in the Southeast Asian University swordsmanship competition. That silver alloy sword, capable of decapitating a cannibal corpse with just 2 strikes, was undoubtedly a formidable weapon among cold weapons. Although Jie Shengnan, the incredibly powerful woman, didn't place in that competition, she did make it to the semifinals of the top 16. I found 2 amazing people on my trip. While they lack combat experience, if they successfully acquire the power of the magic seal, their combined power will undoubtedly rival that of a Ma Jun. They're far superior to those inexperienced professionals, like Han Piaoxu and Lin Mimi, and will become my subordinate's second best combat force after Goring's Ma Jun. Liu Ming sighed inwardly, after learning of their experiences. After introducing the two women to the group, who had been awakened and gathered by Ma Jun, Liu Ming led them to the altar on the 1st floor. I believe you're all curious about my strength and the origin of the mysterious item. Now, I'll give you the opportunity to obtain it. Ma Jun, carry the mutant dog's corpse to the altar. Amidst the crowd's curiosity and excitement, Ma Jun obeyed. Stand at the altar, silently chant in your heart to summon the altar spirit and offer your sacrifice. A sudden curtain of light enveloped Ma Jun. Liu Ming could clearly sense that a small amount of his sacrifice had been allocated to him by the altar's rules. The next time he offered a sacrifice, he would convert this into divine grace. This was the right of his altar master. A moment later, the light faded, and Ma Jun stepped down from the altar, holding the divine grace he had earned. Boss, this is for you. Marjan stepped down from the altar and immediately walked towards Liu Ming, handing him the scroll. No need. You can keep whatever you have gained from this sacrifice. It all belongs to you, Liu Ming said, waving his hand. Marjan accepted the scroll without pretense. The other magic seal warriors will each carry one monster to be sacrificed. He instructed Han Piaoxu to follow suit and offer their sacrifices one by one. Since only humans could offer sacrifices at the altar, the dwarf Gorin could only watch the excitement from the sidelines. Liu Ming said to Marjan, who was still fiddling with his scroll, "Bring it here for me to see." Class, Soldier Soul Warrior Potential, Level 2A Description, White Class, Soldier Soul Warrior, a mysterious offshoot of the Warrior class. Possessing the mystical power of instilling the Soldier Soul to enhance combat effectiveness, the Soldier Soul awakened by those with a pure warrior's heart becomes even more powerful. Use it. This class suits you perfectly, Liu Ming said, after taking a look. Okay, I'll listen to you. Marjan immediately selected the Divine Grace class scroll, his entire body enveloped in a mystical energy, rapidly transforming. Others also gradually received Divine Grace from the altar, with over 40 people offering sacrifices receiving 4 Divine Grace class scrolls. A low-level magic seal warrior named Lu Zeduo received the Archer class, a mid-level magic seal warrior named Fengju received the Swordsman class scroll, and the long-haired golden warrior magic seal warrior unexpectedly received the Warrior class. Even more surprising to Liu Ming was Chu Gang, who had also received a Kigan Master class transfer Divine Grace scroll, and gave it to his wife. At this point, Liu Ming's small team now included 5 more evolved classes besides him. Except for Marjan, they all held basic ordinary classes, similar to the Beast Tamer class he later transitioned to. After explaining the effects of the Divine Grace each had received, he emphasized the essential tips and techniques for surviving in the apocalypse. He emphasized the importance of avoiding display when hunting monsters outdoors, and adhering to stealth and concealment, or else it would be a recipe for death. Liu Ming led a large group of men to hunt monsters in various buildings. As night fell, the roars of monsters throughout Group 7 abruptly ceased. Liu Ming led his blood-soaked men back to Building 3, where the stairwells were once again filled with hundreds of monsters. "I wonder what kind of person this man is," Jie Shengnan wondered as she watched the one-armed man distribute the monster corpses proportionally, before standing on the altar with his own offering. When over 300 sacrifices, especially those from over a dozen mutants, and the small amount of Divine Grace allotted to him from all the previous sacrifices, all transformed into 4 balls of light before him, and no healing grace was found among them, Liu Ming pondered for a moment, before pulling out the grey 1-star demon hunter from his arms, which hadn't yet been sacrificed. "Sacrificial spirit, Divine Grace, healing, restore my arm," he instructed the spirit calmly. Although he had gradually grown accustomed to living with only one arm, the disaster would escalate tomorrow, and 2 arms would be significantly more powerful. "Yes, Master of the Altar," the spirit's voice fell. Light threads gradually enveloped Liu Ming's severed arm, forming a cocoon. Within the cocoon, granulation tissue began to grow. After a dozen breaths, just as the 100 ordinary sacrifices in the demon hunter were about to be exhausted, Liu Ming's severed arm actually grew completely from nothing. The remaining sacrifices transformed into several blood potions. Stepping down from the altar, ignoring the shocked expressions of everyone staring at his left arm, as if they had witnessed a miracle, Liu Ming urged them to quickly take their turn and offer their sacrifices. By the time all the combatants had sacrificed their offerings, night had deepened. Boom. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the east of the city. The entire city shook, and the tremors were felt beneath everyone's feet, though not strongly. The sudden roar and tremors sent panic through everyone. The warriors, seasoned by 2 days of battle, remained relatively calm, while the panic mainly came from the ordinary survivors. Hearing the roar, all too familiar memories surfaced in Liu Ming's mind. The army has reacted and begun organizing a counterattack against the monsters entering the city. Tanks, rockets, artillery, and other firepower should be sweeping the ground. This also means the disaster is about to escalate. Gripping the stones tightly in his hands, Liu Ming turned to Marjan, instructed him to arrange for his men to remain alert, and then rushed into his room. "Tonight, I must practice to break through to E rank. P.S. Thanks to a recommendation from fellow book friend, this book has finally, with great difficulty, surpassed 50 votes. Although it may seem uncool to grumble and celebrate, just because the recommendation votes have exceeded 50, this is the only thing Fengsha, a failed writer, can do besides working hard on his book. Compared to those great writers who have thousands or even tens of thousands of recommendation votes, and don't care about 1 or 2 votes, Fengsha can only admit that he is not as cool as others. Thinking about it makes me feel a little sad. After all, the number of readers willing to support this book is really pitiful. Chapter 25, Key Cultivation, The Road to Godhood. Liu Ming placed a crystal clear, transparent stone between his knees. Using his 6th dimensional perception, he temporarily shut off his 5 senses and focused his willpower on mobilizing the Qingming Yuan Qi within him. Using this energy as a guide, he absorbed the Yuan Qi from the crystal clear stone. Under the influence of the pale blue Qingming Yuan Qi, the stone slowly hovered before Liu Ming's chest, as if lifted by an invisible force. Guided by this energy, streams of invisible energy were absorbed into his body like a vast ocean. He could feel his Yuan Qi growing at an incredibly rapid rate. In just a dozen breaths, he absorbed and refined more Yuan Qi than he would normally have in an hour of cultivation. One last push. Break the chains. As he continued to absorb and refine Yuan Qi, Liu Ming mobilized the surging Qingming Yuan Qi within him, impacting his body, even reaching deep into the invisible shackles of every cell. According to the Qingming Secret Book and the Mohan Secret Book he cultivated in his previous life, these shackles, inherent in all life forms, are known as the divine gene chains. To truly enter the realm of Yuan Qi cultivation, the first step is to break the divine genetic chains. Although he can now control Yuan Qi, he has only just begun to enter the threshold of Yuan Qi cultivation. A chasm, like a chasm, still stands between him and the master. If he crosses it, the world will be vast and open. If he fails to do so, it may become like invisible shackles that bind him. In his previous life, he cultivated the Mohan Secret Book for 3.5 months, before breaking the divine genetic chains, and entering a period of rapid growth in strength. An hour later, the first piece of raw stone crumbled into powder on Liu Ming's chest, the dust scattering like a gust of wind under the suction of Qingming Yuan Qi. Liu Ming immediately took out the second piece of raw stone. A wave of enlightenment began to dawn on him regarding Yuan Qi cultivation. Later generations rumored that Yuan Qi cultivation was the path to godhood. For every major breakthrough, a divine genetic chain stood in the way. Failure to break it was like a shackle, binding one to their current level and preventing them from advancing. Breaking it would lead to a period of rapid growth in strength. Breaking each divine gene chain. This level of cultivation is figuratively called unlocking the gene chain. Successfully unlocking it, from the early stages of the first energy level to the peak of the first energy level, nearing the second energy level, is a period of rapid growth, accompanied by the awakening of primordial energy, hence the term primordial energy transition. If one can achieve this transition, one may awaken numerous primordial abilities from the Qingming Secret Book, such as the Qingming Arrow, Netherworld Touch, and Netherworld Hand. While career evolution also pushes the limits of the human body, it only enhances one's physical fitness, effectively forcing one's bones and muscles to strengthen. However, precisely because of this unnatural strengthening, one's divine gene chains become even stronger. This is why it took 3.5 months of cultivation in later life to break the first divine gene chain. By the time one obtained the Mohan Secret Book and began cultivating Mohan Primordial Qi in later life, it was 6 years after the apocalypse. By that time, he had already undergone several career evolutions, reaching the power level of a second stage SSS ranked beast tamer. The numerous supernatural enhancements to his body had also made his chains even stronger and more resilient. Of course, each explosive growth in strength wasn't without limits. After the first genetic chain was broken, and the surge in energy was fully overcome, a bottleneck would occur again. This was the second divine genetic chain, requiring a second genetic unlocking. After this, another period of rapid growth in strength would begin, lasting until the third stage. During this period, key practitioners began to master the element, known as the primal element, hence the term element mastery stage. Key practitioners gained a deeper understanding and control of the essence of Ki, and their use of Ki power became increasingly powerful and astonishing. With the arrival of the third divine genetic chain, after 3 genetic unlockings, they entered the third stage of rapid growth in primal shaping. This stage reshapes the Ki practitioner's physical energy, allowing the body to evolve into a more perfect form. This shaped body is also known as the perfect body, and is divided into 4 stages: bronze body, silver body, gold body, and perfect body. Following this, the 4th divine gene chain is reached, marking a watershed, as the 4th stage marks the dividing line between low-level and mid-level professionals. After unlocking the gene chain 4 times, one enters the 4th stage of transcendent transformation. During this period, the Ki practitioner fully completes the transformation from mortal to transcendental, hence the name Transcendent Transformation Stage. As for the 5th divine gene chain and its subsequent cultivation, the Mohan secret book he obtained in his previous life did not include this section. The Mohan Yuan Ki only recorded the cultivation up to the 4th unlocking of the gene chain and the subsequent Transcendent Transformation Stage, but he died before unlocking the 4th gene chain. However, this King Ming secret book contains the methods and secret techniques for unlocking the gene chain 5 times, breaking the 5th divine gene chain, and then entering the 5th stage of Saint Nirvana. The 5th level, or level 2 QIU, the captain of the Dark Slaughter demon hunting team who later killed him, reached. He was a powerful evolver who had achieved Saint Nirvana. Evolvers at this level were known as Nirvana semi-saints. Having undergone the transformation of their bodies through Saint Nirvana, they possessed immense powers transcending the ordinary and reaching the level of sainthood. Every divine gene chain broken was akin to a natural evolutionary process that would take hundreds or even millions of years to complete. Each tremendous leap in life's level after unlocking a gene chain was a step closer to the supreme deity. Therefore, later generations circulated that cultivating primordial Ki and breaking the divine gene chains was the path to godhood. 5th level semi-saints, 6th level evolvers were hailed as sub-saints, and 7th level evolvers were even called legendary saints, not only to highlight their lofty social status, but also due to the fundamental differences in their life levels. It was precisely because of the immense individual power accrued by primordial Ki cultivation that the prosperity of each race in the apocalypse was closely linked to the strength of each individual. Nearly every safe zone where humans gathered was helmed by a 7th level evolver or professional who had broken the 7th divine gene chain. In peacetime, achieving remarkable success requires specific environments and opportunities, many of which are unavailable in small cities. Large cities, even international metropolises, are essential. However, in the apocalypse, the role of individuals in achieving success has greatly increased. Some human settlements are even entirely supported by a single powerful evolver or professional. With sufficient talent, a bit of luck, and unwavering effort, individuals can achieve remarkable success. Therefore, the overall disparity between the top experts worldwide is relatively small. The top experts worldwide all hover around the 7th level. For example, in China, even the smallest prefecture level city safe zone has at least one 7th level saint, while the strongest evolver in the largest metropolitan safe zone is no more than a 7th level legendary saint. While there is still a slight difference in power, it's no longer the stark difference between a small city and a large metropolis in peacetime. 7th level legendary saints, 6th level epic sub-saints, 5th level Nirvana semi-saints, and 4th level transcendent sages. Powerful individuals are the pillars of humanity in the apocalypse. Amidst endless reverie, Liu Ming's cultivation reached a crucial juncture. Every corner of the room was filled with pale cyan King Ming Ki. The wind-like, invisible force of Ki rustled his hair and collar. Beside him, only the last remaining piece of stone remained, slowly levitating under the invisible influence of the Ki. A night passed quietly in his cultivation. Soon, the first rays of sunlight would appear on the horizon, a time when light would shine upon the human world. But in Liu Ming's memory, it was also the moment when the gates of the abyssal hell and purgatory opened to the human world. Success or failure depends on this one move. P.S. I just dragged my exhausted body home from get off work. This chapter is added for the first donation from book friend 201803211420036999. The early foreshadowing ends here, and the true apocalypse is about to begin. Monsters like the cannibal corpses, which the protagonist used to gain points in the early stages, have gradually faded from the stage, becoming mere sideshows. Various strange and bizarre monsters have begun to make their appearance. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.